that question. Do you want to respond to it, sir?
Okay, I think that, like someone said before him, I can't remember exactly who it was, that when you look at the journey so far and where we're at in terms of this democracy, that we're still pretty young in the way we're comparing ourselves to other climes. Um, for me, my belief is this, that we may not be getting the full benefits of it, the full gamut of benefits that can come as a result of having a democracy, but we're getting some. The some we're getting is that at every iteration, people are able to go out there and vote and elect the people who lead them. Contrary to the belief that the elections are rigged in a way that the people vote for do not emerge, I don't agree with that. People actually do go out and they vote these people. And the reason these votes, for me, reflect us being in a democratic dispensation is the fact that politicians will go out and offer incentives to people to vote in a particular direction. If they could just go and write the votes, they won't give you their money or our money that they've stolen and won't give back. They won't even give it back to us. They will just go out and they will write the numbers and they will announce the numbers, and that will be it. But the fact that they will campaign, they will engage, they will go out and distribute rice and distribute clothing and distribute all sorts, oil or whatever, to get people to vote in a particular way means we are voting, they are counting. Now, that does not mean there is no hanky-panky that takes place at some levels. Yes, those things do happen. But alongside that is the fact that votes count. And so people should be engaging to go and vote. So there is that. And I think at different levels, you can say there have been instances where people have risen up to say, no, we don't want this, no, we don't like this. And government has responded. Has it been 100%? No. Are we at full citizenship state where we're listened to all the time? No. But we have made some progress. These are things that we could not do for those of us who lived and grew up under military rule for most of our young lives. These are things we couldn't do. You couldn't go out there and protest and be sure you're going to get back home. Although there's evidence of that now, where if people go and protest, they can get shot. But then you couldn't even go and protest. Who born you? You know, so we're taking baby steps forward, and we can get better. And I want us not to forget the fact that for most of our history, we have been under military rule. So our people are stunted democratically. Nigerians are democratically stunted because military rule stunted our growth. We are just beginning to come out of it and beginning to understand that we actually do have a voice. Now, the issue of citizenship is a totally different conversation. Are there any citizens in Nigeria? I yield the mic, Mindset.
All right, thank you once again, Ola, for your contribution. Oh, sorry, Olu, I apologize. Folake, the mic is yours.
Mindset, may I take a stab at this question, please?
Okay, do bear with me for a minute because I've just called someone to speak. If you do not mind, right? Let's see. If she's not responding, then I would I would pass the mic back to you, if that's okay. Can somebody help me out? I can see she's on the speaker section. Can anyone hear Folake?
No, we can't hear.
No,
we can't hear.
We can't hear.
Okay, I thought I was smarty because she's on the speaker section. Folake, please, can you kindly leave the platform and rejoin again? Maybe that will sort out whatever technical issues you're having. As we're waiting for her to rejoin, let's pass the mic back to Priscilla. Priscilla, please, you go ahead.
All right. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mindset. My name is Priscilla Amadi, everyone. I- in response to the question, if Nigerians have gotten dividends of democracy, I did speak about this earlier in my submission, and I'd like to respond to his direct question. The last speaker, the previous speaker asked, no, most Nigerians have not meaningfully received or the dividends of democracy in the way that we hope for, despite 27 years of uninterrupted civilian rule since 1999. Now, that's what I think. I'm sure maybe other people have a different opinion, but I don't think that we've had, enjoyed the dividends of democracy. Now, look at the economic growth versus our living standards, right? Every day we keep saying GDP is rising up, double digits, GDP is in left digits, but it doesn't translate to the living conditions of Nigerians in Nigeria, especially those living in Nigeria. You know, whatever numbers that come up in GDP, whatever numbers that come up in, revenue that government claims that they've generated, it doesn't translate to the living standards of the people. In fact, the number of people living in multi-dimensional poverty is increasing by the minute. We have over 20 to 50 million kids out of school. Now, how we can have numbers, but how is that translating to the living standards of the citizens that live in the country, right? We also talk about the HDI, the Human Development Index, right? We are very low category, ranking very low. Our life expectancy, education, income, everything is low. Even we now have a very, very weak currency. At the level that, in fact, is almost beginning to look so valueless that most investment coaches would advise that you convert your naira to other stronger currencies. Now, we also have security and rule of law. I don't need to talk too much about this. Everybody's feeling the brunt. Almost every Nigerian knows someone or is related to someone that has been killed by insecurity. And then let's talk about freedoms and institutions, which is like one of the hallmarks of democracy. Can we look at our institutions right now and say they are free? Do you have actual freedom of speech in its essence? No, we don't. Let's talk about the public perception. Our reputation, perception about us, terrible. It's not. Many Nigerians see democracy as benefiting some elites, not everyone. So yes, I stand on the grounds that we've not enjoyed any form of dividends of democracy because, again, elite capture and corruption. We have structural issues. We have legacy and policy failures. So I don't know the form of democracy we are practicing, but in its essence, we are not enjoying any form of dividends in whatever format of democracy Nigeria has, evolved into. That's my opinion about this. Thank you. My sense.
Thank you very much, Ms. Priscilla. Let's try again. Folake, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Hi, Mindset. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, so first and foremost, I want to first of all talk about what democracy is in reality. Democracy, first of all, especially when it starts, is an agreement amongst elites on a more sustainable way to switch and rotate power. That's the first thing like we need to first and foremost understand. And over time, it evolves and it becomes something that the people benefit from. First of all, power is about the powerful, it's not about the people. So I think we keep speaking about it without really understanding what is we're discussing here. Um, there's a pattern, there's a growth pattern for democracy, how it evolves. Um, there is the expectation, what happens within the first 30 years, what happens within the next 60 years, what happens within the next 90 years. There's a way they sort of track democracy and understand how it's growing. And I'll say that if we're following that, Nigeria is definitely on the right path in terms of a democracy that could evolve to serve the people. So the reason why I said that is, and I said that what democracy first and foremost is it starts out as a way for the powerful to exchange power and rotate power. That is, you need to first of all understand that in different parts of the world, you can look at places like the US, they'll say, okay, maybe at the start of democracy, they'll say only the people that have maybe what's it called? What's it called? Maybe houses or they have land are the ones that can vote, or maybe it's only men who can vote, women can't vote, like that, like that, like that, and then it evolves and carries everyone over time. And there are reasons for that. Even in, I think right now in the world, there are only about a dozen countries that have about 90 years, that have spent about 90 years in democracy. So we have like about 12 that have like what we'll consider very mature democracies. And even those democracies, they struggle with one fundamental issue. Because again, it's a power competition. It's a competition of funds in parts of the world that we consider democracy to be evolved. It's still about what candidates are able to fund their campaigns and actually be in everyone's faces. Not so long ago, I was watching a documentary about how they were investigating Trump. If he had not become president again, they would have been able to follow through with the investigation about how he I think collected money, was it from Egypt or something like that, secretly to fund this campaign. And then you have companies, you have private enterprises, private corporations that fund certain candidates that in turn reward them with significant financial, economical, and political benefits for their corporations.
All right. It appears we've lost the the speaker. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Yes, you're audible.
All right. So we lost her. Hopefully, she will rejoin and continue with her submission. As we're waiting for her to rejoin, let's pass the mic to Miss Umahan. I always butcher this name. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me the mic and happy Democracy Day, Nigerians. Democracy in Nigeria. I think my opinion is, well, the democratic system of governance exists, and it is a good thing. At least there is hope that someday things will get better using the system. However, if we are to assess the system based on the deliverables expected of a democratic government, we've been rather too slow, and it is quite unfortunate. And also, we are almost running out of excuses of using, the unfortunate things that happen with the military regimes, because so far we've had in total, with the first, second, and this longer stretch democracy from 1999, we've had like more years of rule under democratic government than military. I think the democratic era so far is totaling almost 37 years, and the military is just 33. And the longest serving military leader, Babangida, spent almost 8 years. And we've had democratic presidents that Obasanjo was there for 8 years, Buhari was 8 years too, and maybe, we don't know. So I think with the time they've had, we should have done better. We shouldn't be where we are today. The issue for us right now is moving from having democracy as just a system or platform that give people access to resources, but rather a system for good governance and development. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Umahan, for your wonderful contribution. As we wait for Ms. Folake to rejoin, I'll pass the mic to Ayo.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Okay,
I'm
go ahead.
back.
You're back. Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Sorry, my
don't
state. I'll be back. Yeah,
know
I need some few more
my
minutes.
network doesn't
All right.
No,
Okay. Let me
just first
address
of
the house,
all,
please.
and
Hold your
like I
thoughts for a
said, me the
minute.
first time.
Hello. Hello. Can you mute me on my please? Let me address the house. So Ayo said he'll be back, and we have the lady speaking, right? So Ayo, please. I think it's very important we said this. Let's not interrupt or interject when somebody's on this is the one speaking, right? So Ayo, let's not interrupt, please. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Falake. Hopefully your line would allow you to speak now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. So I guess the point I'm making is that democracy is first of all about power.
All right, she's gone again. Afolabi, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mindset. Excellent topic. I think I probably will first start that, okay, in as much as democracy has not taken us to the El Dorado that we want as Nigerians, it is still far better than, military regimes when we actually had no rights. So I think what we as Nigerians need to do is to continue to keep the faith, and it's slow, but surely we would get there. And ultimately, I think the important thing as Nigerian citizens as well, especially the young, is we need to understand that they need to start asking the government the right questions. There seem to be a lot of focus on a lot of grandstanding. I think the young now needs to understand that they now need to start asking this government and every subsequent government the right question. The reason why, I mean, what I've seen in my own experience is where in other climes where I've seen democracy really working, the people actually ask the government right questions. They don't focus on all this fluff. They really hold their government to account and they ask really right questions. And I think for this democracy to continue to progress, I think the young, the youth, they need to get rid of this tear down sort of mentality whereby they just want to destroy everything. No, they need to understand. You need to ask the right questions. I've seen instances where, okay, this is not, I mean, this hasn't gone this way, this person has taken this advantage, but ask the right questions, ask the right accountability, and I think we will get there. So for me, it is I'm happy that we have democracy in Nigeria. I mean, if you look at 2023 as well, was an excellent performance of what democracy can deliver, whereby the youth, came out and their voice was heard. I mean, they delivered a whooping slap to the establishment. But for them now to now understand that they need to continue and build on those successes. So I think it's something we should continue to celebrate. The light I see is at the end of the tunnel, and it's very, very close. That's my contribution. Thank you, Mindset.
Thank you, Afolabi. It's quite an interesting take. You said that you made reference to 2023 and you said the youths, their voice were heard. There are those, including myself, who would argue that their voices were not heard because some persons would tell you that the 2023 election was not a free and fair election. Yes, there were a lot of youths that came out, participated, but some of them would tell you that the reason they are not interested in democracy, if there is any in Nigeria, or in election, is because their votes will not be counted, right? They came out in mass and people took their votes. Can give you an example, right? If you go back, it's online, don't take my word for it. Google it, go on YouTube, look for it. If you look at what transpired in River State, if you see the youths that campaigned in River State and you see what happened, are you going to then look them in the face and say your voices were heard? Right? So I wanted to ponder on that as we continue the conversation. Thank you very much once again, Afolabi, for your contribution. I would pass the mic to Muhammad. Yeah, hi. The mic is yours. Good morning, sir. There is definitely something wrong today because Muhammad is on the speaker section. Can anyone help me out? Can anyone hear him?
No, I can't hear him at all.
So I think
You can't hear him,
you can't
actually.
hear
We
him.
can only hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Mohammed, it would appear it's from your end, but as we wait for you to rejoin, do we have any other speaker that would like to contribute?
Yeah, I can see Oludola or something like that written in his or her hand here. Oludola
Okay,
Sawaba.
yes, I can see Olu has spoken already. I just wanted the new speakers, if they would like to contribute before we pass back the mic to those who have spoken earlier on. Any other person? Ewoma, I can see you're on the speaker section, sir. Do you want to be part of the conversation? Okay. Captain, can you hear me? Miss
Yes, I
Priscilla,
can.
can you hear me?
Hello. Mindset.
Iwoma, good morning.
Yes,
Yeah,
I can hear. Yes, I can hear.
There's something definitely wrong today, and it appears people they're on the speaker section, but we are not able to hear them. So I don't know if it's from my end. I don't know if we should end the spaces and restart again. I do not know.
Hi, Mindset. Good morning. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Yes, good morning. Thanks. Let me contribute a little to the conversation. I think for Nigeria's democracy, I think it's a mixed bag. And while I would say it's a mixed bag, is more because of developments that have happened over the last 5 years, that we've seen some sort of dynamism, since what I've seen since 1999. I think when I was talking with, I think someone's mic is on, please. When I was speaking with a friend, I was like, I mean, the electoral process is still quite flawed, but I think having a multiplicity of candidates in a country like Nigeria, I think it's maybe a silver lining I can take from the last elections, because it's been always 2-2 since 1999. I'll subscribe more to, I think there's too much complacency agreeing with the fact that we are not there yet, but we are getting there. I don't think that holds water. If you check, just like the lady that was talking about the outcomes we've had as regards, our democracy, which we people call a hybrid kind of democracy. Because I mean, if you check on because when we were speaking, I checked on like the democracy index, and Nigeria is ranked 106th out of 167 countries. And we don't need to go too far to look for examples that have done quite well within almost the same space of time. The democracy in Botswana is something that everybody admires around Africa. If you're following events around Africa, if you look at the conversations between opponents, the responsiveness of governments, even if you even go to 2 countries away, even our next door neighbors, Ghana, the democracy has been a far, a lot more smoother than what we have. So like, they called it like a flawed democracy. It's not perfect, but it's flawed. But ours is not, it's not flawed. Ours is like a hybrid. So you have the mixture of some democratic freedoms here and there, but like, the outcomes are, very, very, very far behind. So I don't think that this there's a light at the end of the tunnel, it will get better. No. We have so much has happened in Nigeria's history for us to be at this point making such excuses, especially with the things that we achieved in the 70s, the 80s. Some of these countries in Africa, their institutions were set up by Nigerians, by Nigerian, civil service at the time. So we don't really have, in fact, based on the amount of talent and potential, like we always say, we should be a lot harsher with our assessment of where we are as a democracy. Now, ending this, we can start talking about power, concentration of power, and how it moves a country. And from analysis, when it comes to power, a democracy evolves a lot more when there's power with the middle class. So you move from feudalism of, different power brokerage happening at the tippy top of the society a lot more than is happening at the middle. If you look at various democracies, yes, you still have certain powers that operate at the pinnacle, but like it is distributed downwards. You can't really impose yourself so much that, on the people, so that, the middle has power. So I think we are still at that position where the middle is fighting to have that power, such that it will become a lot more balanced. And I think people will say that it's a process, but I think like the answer of the middle in Nigeria has been to japa and to focus on, trying to build whatever comfort they have within Nigeria's dysfunction. So the good part about it, ending this is dynamism has come into Nigeria's democracy a lot more. The bad part is that like the outcomes that we've had from democracy have been, too disappointing with respect to where we were coming from and what Nigeria is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Iwoma, for your contribution. I think it was Olu that said prior to the democracy that we have now, when he was lecturing us about the 1993 election, he talked about how things were better than what it is right now. Okay, but from listening to it, it would appear that okay, things might be sound. I don't want to put words into your mouth, but it would appear that it appears that things were much better for you. You would have preferred the way things were then. Is that what you're trying to say? Because the reason I'm asking you this question is those who lived during the time or continue to live during the time of the military would tell you it was better. Then you have those who will say to you, you don't want to experience it because you cannot go out and do other things. Like today we had from the president who said, you can criticize me, right? I mean, you don't see Babangida coming on national TV to say to you, you can criticize me. So we just have to balance it up, okay? We are not perfect. This democracy is not perfect since 1999. No, it has not been perfect, right? But I wasn't saying that we should experience the military regime. Is that what we are saying? Iwoma, do you want to respond to that, sir?
Yes, I can respond to that. I think systems of government, it's a whole other conversation. Now, I can also put the question to you: do you want a competent dictator? If I give you a Kagame that has been able to stabilize Rwanda, even with the repressions, I mean, it's still even if it's not really a democracy, but the outcomes he's giving to his people, so much so that I think the Rwandese army is I think they are the most competent in Africa at the moment. And it's one of the reasons the UN can't say too much about them because they send them all over the world on missions. So if I ask you, what will you trade for development? We can now start even talking about China. We can now even talk about South Korea, whereby their industrial foundation was laid by a military man. So, it can go, the arguments can go either way. What outcomes have come out of your system of government? If we had, because everybody says, you might hit the jackpot, but more often than not, you will not get, the result you want. And there's a litany of dictators all over the world that they were not a net positive to their countries. So yes, we look at those ones and talk about that. But at the same time, is it democracy? Is it giving us development or is it giving us regression? Have we improved by all metrics when it comes to poverty, healthcare, infrastructure, all the other metrics that we use to judge a country's development over the spate of 1999 till date? If we're talking about the growth of democracy, what has been the growth in those areas of development, which ultimately is what democracy is meant to fulfill? You're meant to give good outcomes to the people to live together in harmony. So I think it's just like ending the story, just like trying to use one thing to if it was someone would say, what's the one thing you can change in Nigeria? And it's like, no, we have like different challenges that are interdependent. So it can't just be one thing. It has to be a toolbox of things. You understand? So we can't just remove democracy out of context. We have to put it into the context of Nigeria and the outcomes that we've had, and not just like we've had democracy for democracy's sake, only in name, and let's not even start getting into the integrity of elections. You understand? So we still have a long way to go, and I think we need to criticize, like I said, a mindset based on where we are coming from. Because, someone talked about 1993. I talked about Nigeria in the 70s, about our public service, the amount of state capacity we had at that time, even setting up central banks of some African countries. Look at the quality of leadership and bureaucracy at that time, and can you compare it to now? No, it's been a regression. You understand? So it can't just be democracy for the sake of democracy's sake. No, democracy has to come with outcomes that deliver, growth and development and satisfaction to the people that have agreed, to adopt that system of governance. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Iwoma. You gave an example of Rwanda. I wouldn't want to compare Nigeria with Rwanda because I don't want us to experience what happened in Rwanda. I'm talking about the Rwanda genocide. And there's another side of Rwanda that people don't want to talk about. Okay? Yes, Paul Kagame, I believe, I could pronounce his name properly, has done well in terms of infrastructure, but there's another side of Rwanda. Now, the problem in Congo, DRC, it's been the war. I mean, not all the wars, part of the wars in Congo is being sponsored by the RM23, I believe that's what they're called. This is from Rwanda. So we don't want a situation whereby the Nigerian government has given us light, electricity, and everything. Then we are causing problem in a different country. I don't want us to experience that, but I do understand where you're coming from. If you ask me a question, do I think this present government of APC has done better than the PDP? I will tell you, I would prefer the PDP government than this one. I don't know if that makes sense, Iwoma, right? So I do not want it to appear, okay, are you defending the government? No, if you ask me, would I take Goodluck Jonathan 2011 to 2015, compare Buhari's 2015 to 2023, I would go back. I want to experience that Goodluck Jonathan. At least things were not perfect. But then again, the judiciary were able to do, they're not perfect. They were able to do something. This time around, you can't even, somebody will tell you on this platform, Afolabi will raise his hand and say to you, mindset, okay, Afolabi, apologies. I don't want to use that as an example, please. I don't want people to misconstrue what I'm about to say. Somebody will tell you that these court cases you're filing, this is the judge that will hear this case. This is the outcome of this case before you even file it. So I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from. So let's be very, very mindful in wishing to be another country without knowing fully what is going on in those countries. Thank you very much, Iwoma, for your wonderful contribution as always. Who else do we have? Somebody to...
I'm back.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully, it doesn't cut me off this time. Okay, so I mean, I've lost my train of thought from the last one, but I guess I just want to maybe just say this, right? I think that Nigerians, I think we conflate many things that are correlated but are not the same thing. Um, I think that when we think about how, when we talk about things like how the movement the country has experienced from military up until democracy, I think that maybe we romanticize the past. I don't know what it is, or is recency bias. I'm not sure what it is, but key indexes like human development, access to healthcare, etc., have increased. Despite the fact that we have a much larger population now than we did then. You can go Google it, track it. From 1999 till now, pre-democracy till now, yes, it's moving at a much slower pace than we anticipated, especially in 1999 with all the excitement about democracy. But if your analysis is that things are moving slower than we want, things are moving slower than it can go, I think that's more valid. But if you say things are not better, or things are regressive, human development is its index is worse, that is categorically false, and the data doesn't support that. I think when we're judging democracy, we need to understand that, like I said, democracy is not this thing to worship on an altar, right? It's a system, and systems have their pros and cons, and they have different contexts with which they can sort of like work better. Like I was giving saying earlier before the network took me off, right? There is a pathway that democracy typically goes from generation to generation, turnover when you transition, things to expect, etc. And I talked about how democracy inherently is about the highest bidder, because a lot of times when people think they're making informed decisions about who they're voting for, sometimes, most of the times, it's actually simply not that. A lot of times it's about funding, a lot of times it's about what things you're consuming in media, who has what. You look at America, considered one of the quote unquote stronger democracies we have in the world, and the democracy has come a long way. But even at that, currently, America runs a system where the patrons, the large corporations pretty much determine who gets to be the president amongst the majorly two choices that they have. So the point I'm making is that democracy is a better arrangement to dictatorship, is better arrangement to authoritarianism, is better arrangement to where the people do not participate at all. But democracy in and of itself is not perfect, and I think we as Nigerians need to treat it that way. When we treat it that way, we become a lot more careful with it. For instance, the last speaker was speaking about um countries like Rwanda and China. And I think what you're mistaking, or what you might be applauding, is not necessarily the fact that there's a dictator there. What you're acknowledging and what you're praising and celebrating is actually continuity. For instance, China has had multiple eras of failure, immense poverty under authoritarianism, and they've worked and figured out a way to navigate it in a way that produces sustained economic growth and reduction of poverty for their people, right? But when you talk about China, you don't talk about all the ways that that system has failed, and you just look at, oh, its successes. What you're actually doing is you're dismissing the continuity of a system's ability to break and reinvent itself. And I think that's one of the pitfalls that we have with democracy as a people. We think that if we judge something harshly, we're judging it objectively. That is not true. And if we think that we remove something, I heard the previous speaker say, oh, if someone is not performing in one year, remove them. that's a careless way to treat democracy. Your ability to change and remove is not supposed to be something you use recklessly. For instance, I think we used it recklessly in 2015 because we brought back a military leader uh, who had had a chance as president, and we had seen that their economic policies simply do not work. A lot of the problems people say, oh, another issue that Nigerians have is our inability to understand that building is just like how you think about generational wealth, right? When you want to build a nation, you have to think very long term. You can't think short term. You can't think, oh, the next 2 years, what's happening in the 1 year. That's not how you build a nation. A lot of the decisions that were made by the military government is what we're still suffering from today, and we will still suffer from. Part of that is the excessive centralization, which the democratic governments have actually made more significant progress in that regard, right? States having more autonomy, etc. But when you think about the fact that Nigeria had an oil boom, plus a very, very weak accountability system, which is part and parcel with military governments because everything is forced and they determine the amount of press freedom, they determine who gets to say what and when. You have an oil boom plus weak accountability and poor long term planning. What we ended up having was an erosion of a lot of the things that we needed for long term growth. Short-term rule equals short-term incentives, and short-term incentives oftentimes compromise long-term growth. So I think when Nigerians are thinking about democracy, I think sometimes we're not really thinking about it the way we should be thinking about it. We should not be using democracy in the way that France uses democracy. No, we should not be using democracy in the way that countries that have immersed generations of wealth through colonization and a global imperialist system that has enriched their people for generations past and generations to come. We shouldn't be using democracy in the same way. We should be using democracy as a tool that is used carefully. When you think about this government or a government in the past making decisions, you think about it, okay, what is the long term plan? What is the long term thinking behind this decision? When somebody comes in and says, oh, I'm going to come in after this government, and they say they're going to change everything, that should raise a red flag to you because building takes decades. What have we built so far that is good that you're going to continue? What have we built so far that is faulty that you're going to fix? I think Nigerians made that mistake, like I said, in 2015. They did that. They said, "Oh, we want to change, change, change," and I worry significantly about the impact that this sort of democratic thinking has on us. I think we need to think more long term. We need to think of democracy as something that is a tool that we can use for our good or to hinder our own progress or to get in our own way. So we look at countries like China and Rwanda and all these countries that seem to have a direction of growth. It's not just because they have dictators. Yes, dictators make direction and continuity easier. It's because that continuity is there. It's the continuity. Dictatorship, authoritarianism can make that easier to follow through it. But you can also have that under a managed democracy. What Nigeria needs is a managed democracy. Things have gotten better under democracy. We have multiple parties. We have more press freedom. We have more less abuse of rule of law, as bad as you think it is. Buhari, when he was president in '84, was flogging Nigerians in the streets for littering, flogging people with cane. I think when we talk about the military era, we talk about it in abstraction. There were consequences for the things that they did that are affecting us till now. There was waste. Our oil boom was wasted, really. The long term planning, zero. And I think that we need to understand that there is a repercussion that spans decades for decisions made now. So when people say, oh, these things are bad now, you need to be more objective, not necessarily harsh. In what way are things bad now than they were before? And what are the cumulative causes? When you think of causes as isolated and say, okay, things are bad now. Okay, for instance, somebody was talking about, okay, maybe this government now has removed subsidy and has removed this, and because of that, there's inflation. It's not enough to analyze that problem in isolation. You have to analyze it cumulatively. Before we got to the point where we had to remove subsidy, what were the things that were happening that has caused it to get to this point? What were the inefficiencies that made that happen? And I think that that's very important because it gives our leaders courage to make the good decisions that may not pay now but pay us in future. The problem with democracy is things are politically volatile. Things that would enable our progress, our soft pedals on, things that would enable us to grow are left behind so that they can satisfy the now and the next election cycle. I can see Mindspace, your hand is up. I'll just say this last thing to round up. There is absolutely nothing that Nigerians can do right now about the who pays the piper dictates the tune sort of politics that is happening now. Like I started my submission earlier saying, democracy is a power exchange among the powerful. At least it starts there. He who pays the piper right now is going to dictate the tune. But we still play a role. I like the speaker who said you can't rig where you're not popular. Like let's say if not they won't be going around trying to campaign etc. Right? So we still have a part to play. And I think in our part to play, we need to do a bit more beyond thinking about how I feel now and think more historical and think more long term. If we did that, Buhari would have come into power in 2015. And some of the arguments we make today in the political spaces, we won't be making them. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Folake, for your wonderful submission. There's quite a lot of things that you said that I would like to respond to. I can see others raising their hand. Please do bear with me because it's very important that we respond to some of these things. You see, I listened to you carefully, and then there was at a point you said that I'm paraphrasing. Please correct me if I misquote you. Right? That if somebody is elected and they are not doing well, right, they should be allowed to continue. I'm paraphrasing, right? This is not your word. This is not word to word. That's what it meant because we should continue. Are you not telling Nigerians who have lost loved ones that, yes, because we want to maintain this democracy, somebody's wrong, they have not done well in the last 3 years, going to 4 years, that Nigerians should go out and vote for them because they would like to keep the democracy? Is that what you're saying? Now, another thing that you said that I disagree with you is that, not only yourself, I think some other person said it as well, this notion that somebody can only be rigged out on a place there where not popular. That is not what it is. I can give you examples of what transpired in 2023 election where people have popularity. River State is a case study. There was absolutely no way Labour Party did not win River State, and they were rigged out. You cannot tell me that APC won River State, or the reason Peter Obi lost River State because he was not popular. PDP were nowhere to be found. Even those some APC members who would like to be honest to themselves will tell you the rigging in River State is something else. So let's if we want to build a better country, we must be able to tell ourselves the truth if we want to maintain this democracy, right? But thank you very much for if you would like to respond, I would want to hear from you. But hold your thought for a minute. Let's hear from the next speaker. Thank you for your contribution. Doctor, you have the mic.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Mindset.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's an honor to be on your platform. I actually have 2 points. One is against you, and the second is on some of the statements the last speaker made. The first one I wanted to correct is we somewhat have similar history with Rwanda. And when we talk about the outcomes of democracy, we can tap into that. Because from the history of Nigeria, like someone said, if you look at the history of Nigeria till now, we have been regressing, like significantly regressing in all indices of human development. And when we now look at now, someone is trying to redefine what democracy really means. It's really scary to me for someone to say that it's about power, grabbing power, using any means to get power, like the ends justify the means. It's very unfortunate. Yeah, Mr. Mindset.
Sorry, if I may, sir. Can you mute your mic, please? Thank you. You said the first question is against me, and you continue with your submission by saying somebody said, it's about getting power. I never said such. So if there is one that is against me, please specify by saying this, right? I don't want someone to misquote me. There are those who are just joining this platform now. Hope that's okay with you, sir.
Yeah, it's fine. Sorry. What I really meant, the first one I was trying to say when you were saying Rwanda had a history of genocide. And from there, if we compare it with Nigerian similar history, we also have a somewhat similar experience. And when we tell it how their genocide was handled, is different from how Nigerian civil war was handled. Because what led them to where they are now was as a result of the reconciliation effort the country invested a lot of resources, a lot of time to fix things, to reintegrate their people. Because I have read extensively about the Rwanda genocide and how they decided to rebuild themselves and how they found themselves where they are now. They invested a lot of resources to reconcile themselves so that some of the differences they experienced that led to the genocide will not come up again. But Nigeria never handled it that way. Meaning the division, what led to the civil war, or because a lot of people are trying to avoid using the word genocide, what led to the civil war in Nigeria is still going deeper and deeper till date. Even our politicians are exploiting those weaknesses, those fault lines, to make sure they use it during elections. That's what I'm meaning against you. I'm not like in a violent way, but I'm just like intellectually trying to explain that we have similar history. Now, for what even the interference of Rwanda in the DRC is even a complicated story. So, but the angle I'm looking at is we have similar experience. Rwandans are experiencing better life. They are having dividends of whatever leadership style the leaders are adopting. But ours, we keep using the blanket name of democracy, and we don't even seem to be benefit anything from it. Instead, you see Nigerians keep adjusting. For how long? In short, they're trying to even change us to modify us. We're evolving to some different kind of human beings altogether, because a lot of Nigerians are being pushed to adjust, modify, transform their lives. That is even too difficult that when you leave Nigeria, it becomes extremely strange. So that's why I'm not looking at it from antagonistic point of view. I'm just trying to explain on that part, on the Rwanda angle. But when we come to the democracy, like the lady that I spoke earlier, her definition of democracy is completely wrong. I don't know where she read that from. I don't know where she got that definition from. It's wrong. Is dishonesty to be defining democracy as for the power, just to grab power. Is wrong. Because in all definition of democracy, you begin to see concepts that have to bring citizen participation. You begin to see following the rule of law. You begin to see human rights and civil liberties. You begin to see independence of judiciary. These are actually the faults. These are evidence of democracy. We begin to see accountability and transparency. We kept going down and down historically to this point. The judiciary is worse in the history of Nigeria. What are we talking about? The independence of the judiciary is the worst. Are we talking about accountability and transparency? God. We can even look at the not so long ago an award of coastal road that based on the amount that was awarded, shouldn't Nigerians know how they came about that agreement? At least simple transparency is a problem. Not talking about human rights. Just make a comment now, the next thing they come to pick you up. While they can identify you for making comments online, they can't pick children actually in the bushes, and they'll tell you they are also insecurity in other countries. Like how? They compare the worst of things to Nigeria and can't compare the best of things to Nigeria. Why? Is it the kind of definition of democracy the young lady was explaining? The type that it doesn't matter as long as the powerful are satisfied that, okay, that's the democracy we should be going for. And for how long should we wait? If you haven't given a timeline of how democracy progression or the lifespan of democracy across the world, for Christ's sake, there are many countries that have experienced democracy that have not gone through, must we even follow through that path? Must we even follow the trajectory of America when we come to talk about growth? For example, can't we even compare ourselves with some neighboring African countries that don't need to go through the wars? So I'm trying to, and how active, how participatory are Nigerians? You can see that leads me to the point of saying allowing Buhari to come. Who actually facilitated Buhari to come? Because we are regressing so badly that we're getting the worst of the lead. Every transition, every regime, or every form of government in Nigeria is moving from good to worse. From Buhari to this current government. This is the worst kind that you can ever really envisage for a people. That people that have been known to be so impactful in the society, impacting people's life. Even if health, education, all the HDI indices ours have gone down, or we say we are going, how slowly are we moving really? For example, even if by population, we're increasing by population size, shouldn't the government be making provision to accommodate the growing population size? That is what they should be doing. But what is going on? They keep destroying what we have. They can't even maintain the little that we have. All the roads in Nigeria are so bad, but we want to build the coastal road. Going where? Going where? Where are we building the roads to? Or even the last one that built a railway to a different country. How are you connecting you don't even have a good health road network, nothing. There's nothing we are proud of. When we talk about education, our educational system is worse, going down. Jesus, when you talk about, look at what's the democracy of Nigeria or the dividends that we should be talking about, you get so pained that when you compare your country with other countries. I'm actually in Botswana. Like someone gave an example of Botswana. I'm currently in Botswana. I work here and I see it's a small country and I see the kind of these dividends of democracy compared to Nigeria, the kind of transparency that people seek here and how their judiciary is like the major thing people are proud of, such that you can take anybody to court and confidently know that you receive fair hearing. But what do we have in Nigeria? When someone, just example you give, someone can even tell you who will handle the case and even the outcome of the case. Well, does that tell you anything about independence of judiciary? And someone wants to help us to define democracy, tell us is for who has the resources, who dictates the tune, who pays the piper. Please, this is very dishonest. Please.
All right, thank you very much. Is he still speaking? His mic seems to be on. Okay, he stopped. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your wonderful contribution. Who else do we have? I wanted to pass the mic to the new speaker. Please, I can see Olu. I can see you raise your hand. I can see you raise your hand as well. So as Afolabi, but I want to pass the mic to the new speakers. If we have any new speaker, I believe Gege is here. Gege, please, if you would like to contribute before we go back to those that has contributed earlier on.
Thank you, Mindset. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'll be brief, as always. Democracy is the equivalent of the stock market or the free market, but for governance, as opposed to the trade in goods and services. The problem we have in Nigeria is that our democracy has broken down. So if Nigeria swapped places with Britain or America, Bola Tinubu will be guaranteed a loss at the next election. There's nowhere in the world where the economy is a mess, insecurity is high, corruption is at this level, and you're still the leading candidate to win the election. And that is simply because all the levers for the free market, in this case, the free market for leadership, all the guardrails have collapsed. So we have a judiciary that you cannot rely on to get justice. They literally, since APC came to power, our judges have just been contradicting themselves from the Supreme Court down. Every ruling that they had given before, they would turn it, twist it, just to find a way to ensure that the APC, either Buhari or Tinubu, wins whatever case is in front of them. You have INEC, who should also play a role as a guardrail. INEC too has collapsed. First of all, the previous INEC chairman, Yakubu. You have Rotimi Amechi, who was Buhari's director general, openly admitting that, look, there were warnings that this dude should not be appointed because he was not an impartial arbiter. This is from the DG of Buhari's own campaign, admitting that the person they put there was not to be trusted. You now have a new chair of INEC who is on record on social media of being an active supporter of the president when you're supposed to be the impartial referee. Not only was he exposed, he then lied about it and tried to cover it up in the most incompetent way possible. And then further down the line, Lere Olayinka, who is supposed to be a spokesman to Wike, who is an ally of the president, posts a picture that shows that APC operatives have been given backdoor access to INEC's database. INEC, first of all, tries to obfuscate and distract, and then they later admit that, yes, it is true, but that it was an unauthorized employee. It was nothing to do with them. So what this tells you already is that both INEC and the judiciary are already in cahoots with the government. So the question then is, what do you then do in a situation where the free market for leadership is not working? Because saying we'll go out and vote is not going to solve the problem, because they're not going to declare you winner even if you win. INEC is also actively discouraging or making it difficult for people to vote. In a normal democracy, the way you measure your performance as INEC chairman is to say, how easy is it for ordinary people to vote? Did I put in place policies that made voting convenient, that made voting transparent, that made voting accountable? But in Nigeria, we know our leaders don't seem to have any KPIs for their jobs. So they just sit there and tell you that, oh, I achieved my role. How did you achieve your role? Did more people vote when you were INEC chairman than the previous person? They can't answer the question. Was voting made easier under your tenure than the previous person? They can't answer the question because they have no KPIs to measure their performance. So this brings me to the final issue. What do we then do? And as I've often said, and some people don't like me saying it, I've said it before, I said, look, there's no point in Peter Obi or anybody else taking part in this election because you're wasting your time. The geopolitical situation has switched. You have a president in America, Donald Trump, who quite frankly has no interest in democratic principles. So it's not a case of like before, if Tinubu rigs, the Americans will shout. I doubt that Trump has any interest in how the election wins. Whoever can provide him with the best financial incentive is who he will support. On the European side, France has lost its traditional French Francophone speaking Africa. So France has an interest in maintaining a foothold in Nigeria. Bola Tinubu is a close ally of the French president. And if you know how the French have operated in their Francophone countries, they too don't care about free and fair elections. They just want a leader in an African country who will be their puppet. And Bola Tinubu has been willing to offer his services. So I doubt you're going to be looking for any savior from the EU. With Britain, on the other hand, Britain too, through nationalization, has taken over their British steel industry. And Britain's main focus at the moment is attracting as much trade and in goods and services that benefits them. So, for example, you saw that deal that the British government signed with Tinubu and the Chagori family. What was in it for Britain? Britain had just acquired a steel company, and that deal was going to guarantee that through the port development in Nigeria, Nigeria was going to be paying almost $1 billion to that steel company for their product. So Britain, as far as they're concerned, is who are we going to use to buy our products? Now, if you have a leader who says, no, British steel is too expensive, we want to go competitive and buy the cheapest steel possible. If we had a leader who said that, there's no way British Steel would have signed that agreement with Tinubu, but the British were willing to close their eye. They didn't care that Chagori is a politically exposed person. They did the deal because it benefits their economy. So my guess is that, my prediction is that is what is going to happen in 2027. They are not going to support a leader who is telling you that I'm promoting transparency and accountability, because that doesn't work for British business at the moment. So Nigeria, ordinary Nigerians are on their own. The only way to take over this democracy is to make your politicians afraid. And what that means is, it is not enough to organize and say we're going to vote. You have to organize in a way that at every single polling unit, and even at the collation center in Abuja, you have to organize in a way that the judges know that, or the umpires know, that if I deliver a fraudulent verdict, I might not survive. That's the kind of fear you need to put in the hearts of the electoral umpire so that they are afraid. And I'll conclude with this story. A prominent Nigerian told me a story of two things. He told me the story of what happened in Kano State and also in Anambra State. In Kano State, the judiciary had already concluded that they were going to declare the APC candidate as the governor, even though it was Kwankwaso's party, I think it was the NCDC, whatever their acronym is, that won. But the judge was told that, look, if you make that fraudulent ruling, you will not survive. Your life is in danger. And that's what made the judge realize that, look, the money is not worth it. I am going to reverse course. The same thing happened in Anambra many years ago. There was a judge, this was under Andy Uba, when Obasanjo imposed Andy Uba as governor, even though Peter Obi's tenure had not ended. And the judge had been given money already by the PDP to rubber stamp that ruling so that Peter Obi would have been out of office. But some elders in Anambra went to see the judge's family. I think the judge was from Imo. So they went to visit his family in Imo State, all the elders in his family. And they told them that, look, your son is about to deliver a ruling that will go against the law. We're just here to let you know that if your son does that, you people will not survive it. And it was the family members that called the judge and said, look, this thing you're about to do is going to lead to the end of all of us. And that's why the judiciary backed down and delivered the verdict that was correct. So that's what I'm saying. Ordinary Nigerians need to get to the point where you put pressure on your politicians at every level to let them understand that there are consequences that will visit you for bad leadership. It's only then that we can get back to the kind of democracy you want. If not, if your leaders don't fear you, they will do as they please. I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you, Gege, for your wonderful submission. Before I respond to some of the things that you said, it's very important that people should not go out there and take the laws into their hands, right? Don't go to any judge and say there was a gentleman on the spaces who encouraged us, and then you right. You have to apply wisdom here. Don't go and try and harm yourself or do something that will put you into trouble. Myself, Gege, and everyone on this platform, the best we can do is just say, please, show mercy on him, but let's nobody go out there and take law into their hands. But thank you very much, Gege. I would like to respond to some of the things you said. I know we do not have enough time, but bear with me, please. You talked about the president has managed to get France on his side. France has always been on his side. Then America can only work with the interests of who would, favor them, right? Then you talked about the British and the steel industry and what have you. You see, this is where I disagree with a lot of people. For me, Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a politician and he's playing politics. Sometimes people don't like these things. I mean, Gege, you understand what I'm about to say because you're a political analyst. Lobbying is part of politics. There is absolutely nothing wrong in lobbying. Okay? And when I say this, people get angry. Are you saying one should do this? Nothing goes for nothing in politics. It is not a game of emotions alone. Bola Tinubu, prior to him getting to where he is right now, in my view, he has done very well in the international community. He's actually reaching out, right? Better than the opposition. He has no pathway in America. There's nothing there for him, right? He has not visited. He only visited once, I believe, before Trump took over, right? But since then, you can see that the relationship, there was no cordial relationship between Nigeria and America because of where he is. But what he did, whether you want to argue that what he did is wrong, morally, he probably would argue that, but politically, the man has to do what the man has to do. He started doing lobbying. He started lobbying and say, work with me, I can do this and do that. This morning, was it this morning or yesterday? Mike Riley, the rep from Virginia, just posted something. He was congratulating Bola Ahmed Tinubu's presidency, the government of Nigeria, for initiating the police, what is that called? The police, this thing, what's it called again? Somebody help me out. The local police thing. Can somebody unmute your mic and help me, please?
The police.
The state police, right? So you can see he's saying they are listening to us because he's able to reach out to them. The opposition has to get up their ass and do what politicians do. You have to lobby. Guys, if or when these guys go out there and announce and anybody read, you're waiting for the international community to leave whatever they're doing to come and speak for you, since you didn't lobby them to say, this is this is that. I have a brief to say to you. Don't get me wrong. The little I know that some persons are reaching out, but they have to work extra hard. Okay, so I'm not going to blame Tinubu for doing what politicians would do. I know some of you may not like this, but that's my take on that. Okay, Gege is no longer on the platform. Do we have any other person who would like to contribute? Do you have any new speaker? Okay, Olu, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mindset. A few things I'm just going to touch on very quickly so I can leave the mic. Folake, you sound like a young person. Listening to you gives me hope. I hope that your position is not because you're benefiting anything from anywhere and that you're objective in what you state out. You do give me hope listening to you. Thank you very much. You were misquoted by the next person who came and spoke after you when you talked about democracy or what's going on now as an exchange of power. People forget that whatever method by which we change government, it's all about resources. Politics is about resources and who controls it. It's about power. It's as simple as that. It's about power, and what you would now have, which you were trying to describe that people didn't understand or that person didn't understand, is that you go through phases where your citizenry will become more adept at making the right decisions when it comes to the poll. And we will get there, given the right opportunity if we stay on trajectory. Ewoma, my brother, good to see you. You have gone rogue on me. I never knew I would see a day where you would say you prefer a Kagame. I would rather, for someone who went through military role, I would rather be able to stand up and say, and I'm going to use Bola Ahmed Tinubu's name directly, and say he's an idiot, that I don't like him, that he has failed, and sleep in my bed and know that nothing will happen to me, than an Abacha regime where if I cough, I will disappear. Some will understand what I've just said now. A lot of people won't. When we begin to look at what's going on here, I'll touch on Gege as well. Mindset address that. When you begin to say people should get to a point where you're going to approach judges and their families because they are sitting and they're going to make a decision on the matter, that is, I shudder that came from you. But hey, it's what it is. When we begin to look at democracy and where we need to be at, we're not there yet, but we're making baby steps. We're making baby steps. We had a situation in 2015 where people like me were out there shouting, I put my money in it, I put my body in it, that a vote for the person where they ended up being president would be a disaster. And nobody listened. People voted. Their votes counted. And like I said to you, votes count. Votes count. If anybody doesn't tells you that when you vote that it doesn't matter, that people, no, the people who win elections are the people majorly vote for. That you have certain aberrations of Rivers State and maybe another state. I remember Rivers vividly, and you were talking about Obi having one, that will be one in Rivers. That is a presidential election where there were 36 involved. So that there was a major fault in one state does not nullify the remaining 35. People do go out and vote. Votes count. That you have aberrations is not a fundamental, it's not enough argument to say if I have 35, 36 things and then one of them, but therefore 36 is bad. No, that is it's not logical. So please, we have this. It's not perfect, but we can continue to work on it. And there's something I say that I may be wrong. I look at the new tax law, thinking maybe people begin to participate by paying taxes, then they will pay more attention to our elections. They will pay more attention to their votes, because what that then makes them contribute to Nigeria directly. It touches people's pockets. They become more aware. What we have now is a feeding bottle democracy of sorts, where money comes from somewhere and they go to Abu distribute it. So the people do not feel like stakeholders in this project. They don't feel like stakeholders. But every election cycle, they will come out and they will take anything that anybody is bringing to them and vote. Because they believe that whatever it is they out is not going to materially impact on their lives. And they know that they cannot make any change in terms of that. And that is why they will take whatever it is they will take. It's not because they're stupid, but if they begin to contribute to that project from their pockets now by the widening of a tax net, then maybe we now begin to get people approach polls with a lot more seriousness. And it is. So it's not just that. Resources coming from somewhere, and everybody is going to Abuja to go and collect. Governors will just go. People will elect idiots to govern their states, to lead them, elect idiots as local council chair, and you want things to improve. So, myself, I've seen your hands. I'll use the mic.
All right, thank you very much, Olu, for your submission. Now,
can I ask one? Can I add one or two
No.
things? Wow.
no, please. As always, now that you cannot contribute to the conversation, there's a way we do things on this platform. I would have stopped Olu if I wanted to interrupt or interject when he was speaking, but respectfully, I raised my hand, right? So when somebody is speaking, please, it's very important that you just raise your hand and we'll pass the mic to you. I hope we can all work together. Okay?
Yeah, my hand has been raised things. Maybe you didn't see it. Sorry, but it's okay.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
you have the mic. Go ahead. You have the mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I try to allow decorum in anything. My hand has been raised, and so thank you very much, Mindset, for the opportunity. Let me go back to that question that was asked by somebody in the course of this conversation. Because the question around whether or not Nigerians are harnessed any dividend from the kind of democracy we've been practicing, let's say from 1999 up to now. Well, it's a yes or no answer mindset. Yes or no in the sense that it actually depends on the context from which we're looking at it. Are we looking at it from the context of when PDP held sway? Sorry, I'm not coming here to project or propagate the image of any political party. It's just natural that when we're talking about the Nigerian democracy or when the history of Nigerian democracy has been written, there's no way PDP is not going to come up many times in that narrative. Do you understand? After all, they held sway for 16 years of our political life. So if you're looking at it from the context of what they did when they were in government between 1999 and 2007, I can beat my chest and say that, okay, Nigerians benefited immensely from that party when they were in power. For instance, it was when PDP was in power that virtually everything about our economy was liberalized. And when I'm talking about liberalization in the economy, liberalization of the economy, I'm talking about liberalization in the banking sector, liberalization in the insurance sector, liberalization in the telecommunication sector, liberalization in every stratum of our society. And it was even during that period too that some corruption agencies were established. The EFCCs of this world, the ICPCs of this world, the high FUs of this world, were all established and strengthened when PDP was in power. So if you're looking at from that direction, many of us, I mean, people have actually spoken about how all of us can actually speak. We can hear our opinion. We can make our opinions known unhindered. Do you understand? If we are very respectful with it. And even we have even seen situations that people go above board, in denigrating personalities. Do you understand? Then it will just fly. Do you understand? Sometimes the government will not even look in that direction. It's only when they want to do one of things that they try to use some people as examples. By and large, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm trying to say is that after all, we can speak freely. Do you understand? And why? I mean, if for people who knew what happened when Nitel, for instance, held sway, Nitel, you could attest to the fact that it's not the same thing. The situation has changed tremendously. Do you understand? I knew when Nitel monopolized the system such that how many of us or how many of our families could have access to what's it called, to phone or to the means of telecommunication? Very, very few at that point in time. So it was the government that came in, or it was the party that came in and liberalized that sector, such that the likes of MTN, the likes of the Glow of this world, the Airtel of this world. Sorry, I'm not trying to advertise for them, but they came into the fray, and we can now make our choices. We can communicate very freely. You understand? And also know that, I can see your mind, your hands now, mindset. So what am I trying to say in essence? That if you look at it from that context, we have benefited in one way or the other from the practice of democracy. However, the same thing can be said about APC. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, this is not sentiment. I knew what the likes of Atiku Abubakar when they were in PDP did for this country, but the same thing can be said about APC from Buhari up till the Tinubus of this world. Do you understand? So if you try to compare and contrast what PDP and APC did while in government, one, I would say that we benefited from the PDP era, but hey, APC have messed up the whole thing. So that's why I'm actually going to end by saying that, hey, let's think very liberally. Let's think liberally and get the back of APC in our governance in 2027. Thank you, Mindset. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ola, for your contribution. I wanted to respond to Olu, but he's no longer on the platform because he did say something about River State is a one-off and everything. That was not the context of my response to Ms. Folake. Folake was saying that you cannot be rigged out where in a place that you're popular, right? I hope that's hello. I hope I'm not misquoting her. Then I gave an example of River State. So I hope Olu will be back on the platform. He will understand exactly where we are coming from, right? She said that you cannot be rigged out where you're popular, but everyone who want to be honest to themselves saw what happened in River State. There are other states, but let's just use the River State as a case study. All right. Thank you very much, Ola, for your contribution. Miss Umahan, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So listening in, I will say that for many, the disappointment have been majorly on the governance side, the deliverables. And on that, I will really call on us all as we are going into the next election cycle to pay more attention to the quality of people we elect into legislative positions, both at the national and the state levels, because the legislators basically have the power of checking the excesses of the executives and also enforcing accountability. And this essentially is what we need for our democracy to thrive. And also, to an extent, I think if we have vibrant and effective legislation, they might also help the judiciary to an extent. I do not know much about the existing laws of the judiciary, but maybe there is not much on the law side that is protecting them from political interference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Umahan. I really liked what you said in electing the right people, especially in the legislative arm of the government. Well, the problem we face right now is even if you vote for somebody who you believe is capable of doing the job, these guys will go in there as the first time, their first time in the house. Some persons would convince them to leave. We saw what happened in 2023, right? So the law needs to be changed that if you leave for no reason and everything, you need to get out. But the problem, again, we have to go back to the judiciary, like you rightly pointed out. The problem for me with the judiciary is the Nigerian judiciary cannot tell you how many people on this platform right now. They cannot tell you who the last speaker was. You and I know that Ms. Umahan was the last speaker, but the Nigerian judiciary cannot tell us that Ms. Umahan was the last speaker. What they would do is, we had Ms. Umahan, we had Ms. Falake, Dr. AGK, and Iwoma. What I think would happen is we want to bring it back to Captain to go back and listen to the spaces and go back to Afolabi and see what Afolabi said. Very, complicating issues. Look at the case in the PDP. Wiki on one side is claiming that they are victorious. The other faction of Sarak is this I can't remember the guy's name, the SAN, right? The other faction. Because the judiciary, the Supreme Court, this is not the Court of Appeal or your local magistrate court. The highest court in the land cannot tell Nigerians. They cannot look at Nigerians and say, this case in the PDP, as it stands right now, Nyesom Wike's group are the ones who are the real leaders of the PDP or the other faction. They cannot, but they've made a judgment. I don't know, Ms. Umahan, I'm not sure if you understand where I'm coming from. Hello?
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but then maybe when we try putting in people that are going in there, not just for constituency project, but to do the difficult job, maybe gradually things will start getting better.
We hope that it works out that way. Thank you very much. Do we have any other person that would want to contribute? Do we have any new speaker? I'm not able to bring anybody up because I cannot see anybody requesting the mic. Captain, how are we getting on? Is anybody raising their hand? Okay, Iwoma.
Yeah, you have you have Iwoma and you have Afolabi, but you still have people like Gaboni and the rest are still in the room. We can bring them
Okay,
in, I
if
guess.
you can see them, please, can you kindly bring them up? So, Iwoma, the mic is yours.
Okay,
Iwoma.
can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Yes, I think I'm going to speak from, address a couple of things because it's been a conversation. This conversation is like a festival of ideas. Now, I'll address two things, like talking about the concept of power and, using data. Now, the argument about, a democracy being a contestation of power, I think I addressed that with respect to the fact that as a democracy improves, the concentration of power is devolved from those at the top of the pyramid to the middle. Is the deconcentration of wealth. That's why if you look at the trajectory of countries that develop, you start moving, you see the things that first come in are land reforms. If we're talking about other democracies in other climes, you see that it changed from people being the owners of lands and the factors of production to it being spread out a whole lot more, that people have access to all these things. There's no that concentration. Now, in modern, like where we are right now, like in this 21st century, nobody is arguing that you still don't have overreaching power brokers and influencers at the top. But what you also find that is that they try their utmost best to align their interest with that of the middle. So even if you are seeing so and so is doing like a lobbying for his company or for that one or for that one, you are still seeing that there's still a spread of wealth and power. He's going to employ thousands of people. He's going to have lots of suppliers. It's different from a democracy where there's economic stagnancy and the chief source of money making is via kleptocracy, which is, according to data and statistics in Nigeria, responsible for 70% of our corruption. Most of everything that goes into budget lines are a smoke screen for money that is just going to change. So you have briefcase companies that come and they just collect money and it doesn't translate into any value. That's why you see, if you look at our budgets over how many years, you keep on seeing projects that are repeated over and over and over again because, no value is being created. So democracy moves from being concentrated in fiefdoms into institutions. You now see powerful people are also subject to the law. There are red lines that you can't cross. Mindset, you talked beautifully well about the judiciary. In 1999, the president of the country in Nigeria subjected himself to a Oputa panel. That was the strength of Nigeria's, like that was the strength of institutions at that time. Now, if you juxtapose it between then and now, the chasm is as wide as the Mariana Trench. You can't even quantify it. That can a president right now in Nigeria's democracy, in spite of like the growth from 1999 till now, subject himself to an independent judiciary and answer questions? We can't even start talking about all that. So, and that brings me to the thing that someone harped about me using Rwanda. No, I was just giving you a snapshot of systems of government and outcomes. And most of the examples I used were African examples. I didn't go too far. I used Ghana. I used Botswana. When I was talking about like how
non-democracies have been able to herald growth and development. I also pointed out that these have been isolated cases that for the most part, you may not win the lottery with having, okay, I've seen your hand mindset, having a competent dictator. You understand? So those were the points I was trying to address when it comes to Rwanda and all that. But just like I think the last person spoke, we can't look at democracy in isolation. We have to look at the outcomes that we've had with democracy. Yes, we've had democracy, but how has it improved the strength of our institutions and our growth and development? And ending this, I'll use myself as an example. As a kid, we could drive from Port Harcourt to Benue State within a day. Think if we left around now, if we leave around maybe 4 o'clock in the morning, mindset, we're not worried that much about security to leave Port Harcourt 4 in the morning and you reach maybe Abia around 5, 6. This is Nigeria, it's still dark. You can't do that now. You can't leave Port Harcourt in the morning today. First of all, you worry about security, then now talk about the roads. So we've had democracy for all these decades, but for me to travel from Port Harcourt to Benue State has worsened. The medical institutions in Delta State, there's a place from Delta, Echo Hospital. Echo Hospital is a shadow of itself. So the outcomes of democracy is more what I was harping on, and not just democracy for the sake of democracy's sake. No, we have to extract outcomes from whatever system of government that we choose to align with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Iwoma, for your contribution. Who else do we have? Okay, Max. Max, please go ahead. The mic is yours.
Thank you, Mindset. I appreciate that. And it's an honor to speak in your channel. I think this is the first time I'm speaking here, so I really appreciate that. Thank you. So I do really like this topic, democracy in Nigeria. And I just wanted to take it back to the really basics because I've heard so much deep and complicated stuff here, different variable definitions. But going back to the actual basic of what democracy is and how we want to look to relate that to Nigeria, I would say, of course, just Google it. If I just Google it, it's saying clearly here that democracy is a system of government in which power is vested in the people. Now, I'll stop there. Now, if power is vested in the people, bringing that to our Nigeria, I'll say yes, that means it's the people that will actually elect who leads them. Now, can I clearly say, and can everybody clearly say, our leaders were clearly elected by the people? There's a question mark around it. Some people might say yes, some people might say no, some people might say, yeah, it was all, people just walk out their way there. Again, I would say, can I say the people who are making the laws of Nigeria, were they put there by the people? Again, the way our system worked, like Folake earlier defined democracy as power exchange, or sorry, again, I'm paraphrasing, but it came across like power exchange amongst powerful people. That to me is not democracy. Democracy should be something that comes from basically the collaborative effort of the country, the people electing who they want to lead them. And I would not say that's the case of Nigeria. Now, moving forward, I would say for us to get away from where we are right now, because I'm not completely condemning the current government, because I think they have made some positive steps, especially the introduction of state police, I believe. It is something that I would have hoped that perhaps should have happened maybe the first or second year of the current government. But of course, that's happening now, and it's not fully established. I think it's more like, yeah, this is what we're about to establish. I mean, at the back of my head, that's just one positive thing that I would say is happening. And of course, you talked about lobbying foreign governments for, personal. Maybe it's not personal, but of course, lobbying them for the benefit of the country. I'll say that's a good thing. That's a good step for every leader to do. But then again, if we really want to move away from this situation that we are, to really call ourselves a democratic country, we need to start looking at ensuring that, and if someone talk about judiciary here, I think that's the really core, ensuring that the judiciary remains independent. How can you be in a democratic country and the judiciary is being controlled by politicians in many cases? People can buy whatever judgment they want to say. So again, that's an area that we need to work to ensure that that area is fixed. But then again, going back to the definition, how can we do this? It goes back to the people. We need to come up. We need to speak out. We need to uh, 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 call these governments out, because someone was saying, allow them, let them have the time, let them get as much time as they want to be able to establish some of their policies. No, part of democracy is calling them out. Part of democracy is shouting at them. Part of democracy is screaming at them. Part of democracy is knocking at their doors and saying, this is what you promised, you haven't delivered. Why haven't you delivered? We need to be doing these things to start calling ourselves a democratic country. Because at the moment, it just feels like a name. To me personally, it just feels like, all right, we're a democratic country, we elect and so on. But what's actually happened, it just come across like a dictator or military setting, to be honest, because every decision seems to come from the top, more top-down driven. I talked about our lawmakers. Our lawmakers, I said 90% or even more of them, literally just lean towards what the president wants. How is that democracy? Because this is the core of the country. They have, in fact, the more they have variable views, different views, it's better for the country, because eventually they will agree on what is really helpful for everyone. But at the moment, it's almost like a one-sided thinking. This is again goes back to the people. We need to knock on their doors. We need to scream, because this is all part of democracy. We need to shout. Mindset, I see your hands up, and I will just run up in 30 seconds. Again, just finally, electoral reforms. We need to look at how we want to ensure that elections are free and fair. Because if we're screaming and our voices are not being heard, different things are happening, then that means we're being suppressed. So there's a lot of things that we need to start looking at to ensure that we are actually start calling ourselves a democratic country. At the moment, I would say right now it's not. We're too far off. I'll hand over the mic. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Max, for your contribution. Afolabi, I can see your hand. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mindset. I think I've been listening to quite a lot of contribution here, and I think a little bit is a bit skewed towards an opportunity to bash the current administration. And what people don't understand is people determine the outcome of democracy, and what outcome we want is what we determine, and it doesn't stop only at the ballot. And I give an example. Somebody here is talking about the coastal road, and I bet that man, I'm 60% sure he doesn't even know what the responsibility of his local government is. I was on a space once we were talking about the sanitation problem of Lagos State, and I was like, my position there was like, how can you expect one commissioner to be able to solve that problem of a state of 20 million people? Where are the local governments? What exactly is their responsibility? Who's asking those questions? Which comes back to my point of the Nigerian citizen, especially the youth, they need to ask the right questions. It's become a fashion accessory to just be criticizing the government. present day administration. I'm not saying, oh, they're the best things in sliced bread, but the youth population need to understand that they need to ask the right question. People will determine this outcome everybody is talking about. The people will determine it. Another example, there was once a gentleman that was calling for people to come together. Let's go to this party. I think he was saying, let's go to Etiosa local government. Let us go and ask this woman questions about what she's doing with our funds. Nobody turned up. Nobody turned up. So how do you put these people to account? I'm telling you, if that woman comes to that office and see 50,000 youths are saying, look, what is going on in this environment, and she will sit up. So the outcome that we want for democracy, the Nigerian youth have to take charge in asking the right questions. These people are not magicians, they're not ghosts. So that outcome is it's the Nigerian people, the youth in particular, that need to ask those key questions. That's just the point I want to make. And it's about democracy. It's not we were talking about democracy in general. Let us not just focus only on the current administration. The democracy started in 1999, and the way I describe it was, Nigeria was coming through a terrible period where it was like you've been in the desert for 100 years, and somebody gives you dirty water to drink. Oh my days, you will be happy. I mean, there were a lot of things that didn't go great with that administration, but we are getting there bit by bit. But ultimately, the outcome we want as Nigerians, we need to we are going to be the ones to determine that, and we have to ask the right questions. That's just the point I want to make.
Okay, thank
Point
you.
across, yeah.
Thank you, Afolabi. As always, we're going to carry along those on the on the comment section. So, but what I would do, if the comment is not necessary, it's not something that'll be useful to the platform, I'm not going to read it. I don't want to give people the clout they are looking for. So, if you're going to be on the comment section to insult people, I'm not going to read that out. There's a possibility I will remove you from the platform and I will block you because we do not control. We do not consider such behavior on this platform. So let me start with Akarode Softy. I believe I pronounced your name properly. Good afternoon. Akarode say, aside anecdotal opinions, we need someone to prove this rigging that happened in River State. Even Peter Obi did not claim this in his election petition, and I wonder why people continue to peddle this falsehood. Okay, I can give you, I'm not sure if you're able to come on the platform. I can give you example. I can show you evidence because when it comes to River State's election, especially the presidential, at least I know one or two things, right? Because there was a young lady who participated in that election, and we've spoken about it on this platform before. I mean, hopefully she will be on the platform one of these days. So if you need any evidence to tell you that the presidential election in River State was rigged, I am quite happy for you to come out on the speaker session, and I can schedule a meeting with you outside spaces and I can show you some things, right? So there's an evidence to show that Peter Obi won River State. Let's not, change it from what it is. But thank you very much, sir, for your contribution on the comment section. Then I will go to, let me see, Max. Max said, we can't claim to have a democracy when INEC, the judiciary, and 90% of lawmakers simply dance to the president's tune. Hearing Falake and Olu redefine democracy as just power changing hands among the powerful is astonishing and makes me wonder what really happened to youths. Okay, somebody said, okay, I think I should read this one out. Veteran said, Gege just lied. In fact, if it wasn't for Obasanjo, Obi wouldn't have been governor. Obi wouldn't have won his court cases. Who doesn't know that Justice Odili was a judicial handler that was handed the assignment to provide him soft landing? Who doesn't know that OBJ landed it? Okay, hopefully Gege will be back to respond to that as well. We have Mr. Abdul Mayor. This is quotes. Okay. Quote, why do you permit Besley's allegation in your spaces without requesting evidence? Allowing unsubstantiated accusation without disclaimer makes you complicit. I don't know what evidence who you're making reference to. So if there's anything anybody have said, you have to make reference to it. If it has to do with the River State I'm quite happy to show you evidence that there was rigging in River State. So I'm not sure what you're making reference to, but thank you very much, Abdul. Then we have Chuka. He said, you can't use an umbrella definition for democracy. You can't reinvent the wheel. Don't misconstrue democracy with governance and make unnecessary excuses for malice created by people who claim to be democratic. All right. For Lay, say, what sort of people fail to understand? Okay. All right. What some people fail to understand is that politics is a game and politicians can go any length to do anything to win elections. Okay. Let me leave it for now and continue to allow those who are on the speaker session to contribute. Gaboni, the mic is yours. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mindset. Please confirm you can hear me, please.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so on this issue of democracy in Nigeria, personally, I think what we practice in Nigeria, in the context of what democracy actually is, I think what we practice in Nigeria is very, very far from democracy. Because looking at the way the current APC government is leading this country, and with the way everything is going, look at the judiciary, look at the legislative arm of the government, and you look at just every phase of government parastatals. You see, everybody is just as liking the president. Everyone is just a yes sir, yes ma, and bowing down to the president, which is not supposed to be so. In a democracy should be a system of government where the people are priority. But as we all know, in Nigeria, the people are not priority. Looking at the House of Rep or the House of National Assembly, you see a proposition or a law to be passed. The ayes, if for those for aye say aye, you hear a very minute number of people saying aye. Those saying nay, you hear almost 80% of people saying nay. But the speaker or the Senate president will say the ayes have it. And some people will want to also believe that this is democracy, when actually it is not the voice of the people. It is not actually what the people want that gets into play in most of the cases. Now, looking at our elections, I think it is very, very disingenuous and unfortunate for some people to look at our elections, most especially 2023 elections, and when people say a lot of irregularities happen, like the River State case and other cases, some people will say, yeah, where is your evidence? Where is your evidence? I think those people that make those comments when it is very glaring, they are just disingenuous people and people who lie to themselves. We all knew how the 2023 election went. Everyone here knows. So it is sad that some people want to turn a blind eye when the nation is burning. Nigeria is actually burning because we can't continue. What is happening now cannot bet in Nigeria where the children, our children will feel comfortable or will be happy with. Now look at the current situation of Nigeria. Do you think this, what we experience in Nigeria now, the democracy some of you think is going well in Nigeria? Do you think it will bet a 20 years time that like in 20 years time it will bet in Nigeria that our children will proud to call a home? Definitely not. Definitely not. So I seriously disagree that what we practice in Nigeria is anything close to democracy, because in a democracy the people will be confident that their voices and their votes will count. But in Nigeria, our votes don't count. And anyone who is trying to say, I think it was Ola that was saying that vote counts in Nigeria. Vote does not count. Vote does not count in Nigeria. And when Gege was making statements about what happened in Kano State, I think you know
No,
what happened.
Ola didn't say that, please. Ola
Sorry,
didn't say that.
I
Sorry.
apologize, Gaboni. I really apologize. Sir. Oladipo, respectfully, I'm going to remove you from the spaces. Thank you very much for joining us. Gaboni, please go ahead, sir.
I think what you're saying, Mindset, I believe you knew about the Kano case. APC would have collected that case, that state, if not for the people who came out. I watched the videos of the people coming out and being on the court, close to the court, the environs, and making a loud statement that the court and the lawyer and the judiciary must do the right thing. And the fact is that the judiciary knew what action the people might take, and I think it was part of the reason why the NNPC NNPC got that state. And I think according to one of the words of Bishop Honor, he said, Bishop Honor of Assumption Square, he said, a nation where the leaders are not scared of the people is a nation heading for doom. The leaders of this country are not scared of the Nigerians. That's why they will continue to do everything and continue to do what they are doing, and the country can continue to go down the drain until they start being scared of the citizens. I don't think we will get a remedy. Why did Sow, the former Senegal president, let me see, sorry, let me know if my mindset is raising his hand. Why did Sow, the former president of Senegal, why did he succumb? Why was the election won against Sow? It was because of what the people of Senegal did, how they came out and said enough is enough. Until Nigerians come out and say enough is enough, and the politicians see that these people are serious, nothing will change. I hear the mic.
Thank you, Gaboni, for your contribution. So I can see Folake, you raise your hand. Please do bear with us. We do have new speakers. Let's give them the opportunity to contribute. Then we'll go around and give those who has contributed earlier on the opportunity as well. Peter Tife, the mic is yours. Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Peter, the mic is yours. Can somebody help me out? Am I still audible? Hello?
You are audible.
Okay, let's try once again, once more. Mr. Peter, the mic is yours. Good afternoon, sir. Okay, he's not responding, so I think we should remove him and go to, okay, Polonium. Good afternoon, how are you?
Yeah, Mr. Mindset, thank you very much for the opportunity, and good afternoon. Unfortunately, Mindset, clearly anybody who comes up here and says that what we have in Nigeria is a democracy is disingenuous. Perhaps the person needs to take a second look at what the definition of democracy is. The definition it's not Nigerian based. We didn't define it. It was defined centuries before this particular administration. And if we have to go by that definition, anybody who comes up here to say that what we have in Nigeria is democracy is a joke. Person's lying to him or herself. We cannot have a democracy where the people, the will, the voice of the people is not paramount in government. We can't. We cannot have a country, a democracy where elections don't count. The will of the people in electing their desired officers don't count. And it doesn't even start, from the election day. It starts from the process of getting the people who want to be elected. That's where it starts from. When I have conversations about Nigeria, I always use my state as an example, because perhaps, it starts from home. The process of selecting the people that are even going to be allowed to vie for office, that process has been hijacked by the people in power. So you cannot come up here and say that's democracy simply because you are pro the government or you want to support the government. And my advice to people like that is sit out this conversation. You don't have to, because when you come up here and make conversation like that, the picture is more on you than the people you are trying to defend, because first of all, they don't know you. We cannot say we're in a democracy where the government cannot effectively defend and support its citizens. You cannot say you're in a democracy where you cannot account for the people's resources, the people's wealth that you are expending. So I don't get it. It is very simple. This is not a democracy. Whatever is going on in this current administration, it is a group of people who are there for themselves. These are not democratic individuals. They are there for themselves. Simple. Thank you, Mindset.
Thank you very much, Polonium. One of the things I like about you is your timekeeping, how you do it. I don't know, but I'm quite happy to learn from you. On that note, we'll pass the mic to another speaker that I've just joined us, Vasiniak. I always get the name wrong, but please, I apologize. Go ahead, the mic is yours.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mindset. Confirm you can hear me, please.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh yeah, good afternoon, Mindset. Good afternoon, Sky Captain, and everyone here. Good afternoon, Mindset. As it is my tradition, I will always thank you for your consistency in keeping this.
Is it from my end? Can anybody hear him?
Started. Some people say, "Oh, you're doing it to." So democracy in Nigeria, I feel bad that I see a deliberate attempt to rewrite the definition of democracy. And for me, democracy has been taught to us many times, in school, in elementary social studies, it's been taught to us. And it involves greatly the participation.
We've lost him, right? Can somebody help me out? All right, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Ock, we've lost you. Hopefully, you will rejoin the platform and we'll bring you up. But before we wait for him to rejoin, it's very important I read out what the individual Oladipo that I removed from this platform said on the comment section. So you guys will be a witness to this. So he said, "Mine said, you try to defend yourself anytime false narrative is made about you, but you don't want one of your speakers to do same when the same thing was done to him. I did not say our vote did not count, as it's within my right to refute such claim about me. Do what pleases you." Okay, I never stopped him from contributing. What I said before everybody here, you guys know how I run my platforms, right? Do not interrupt. Do not interject. He did it before. Okay? Now, what was the individual's name that was speaking earlier? It was not fair on him. He was speaking and then you cut him off. It's very disrespectful. I've warned him before. I say when I was speaking, he came in and now he went out there to put this. Then somebody who is not part of the platform will look, okay, they kicked you out of the platform. You cannot, fight for a better Nigeria. You criticize Bola Tinubu, you criticize APC that they're not doing things right. This little thing that we have here, we say, do not interrupt. Even myself. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I will raise my hand. People will say, "Mindset, you raise your hand. What is it regarding?" Let's respect one another. Is that difficult? Well, I wish him well. I wish him well. But I just wanted to address that as we continue. Valerie, the mic is yours as we wait for Mr. Oak to rejoin. Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon.
Yeah, myself. Good afternoon. But I'm seeing Folake's hand. She's been here before me.
Yes.
She's spoken before.
Yes, she has. I can see for like what I'm trying to do is the new speakers. I wanted to give you guys opportunity. Then if there's no, and we do not have any other new speaker, then we'll go back to the old speaker. For like knows that I know that she's
okay. Okay. So hi, Mindset. Hi, everybody. Okay. So yeah, I just came up because of the topic. For me, it's ironic that that it doesn't. It's ironic that, for example, your topic is democracy in Nigeria, but if you look at it, is there really democracy in Nigeria? I don't even want to make a long submission, but if you even look at journalists, for example, many people don't even know I'm a journalist. You understand? Like I did mass comm, and journalism was also like part of our subjects. You get it? So for me, I'm like democracy in Nigeria. If you look at Dandiata, for example, if you look at Dadiata, is it Dadiati or Dadiata? Like nobody still knows what happened to him. Like as of now, I believe there's now word that he's actually dead. But if you look at it, if you look back to even them Ken Saro-Wiwa and all these things and all these other people, you will see that there is no democracy in Nigeria. And because it starts with freedom, freedom to do whatever you want to do that is legal, like freedom to speak out. So for me, like there is no, in fact, I don't really see, I know it's a public holiday because I'm in Nigeria, but for me, I don't. June 12th is almost looking like is a day that it's just June 12th, but it's a day that is like a joke. Let me just say how it is. So if you look at it in another way, you see that okay. Let's look at APC now. Let's look at APC's government. Is there actually democracy in Nigeria? I might say like that. That's just all I came up to say. If you look back to the Abiola, the time of Abiola, because it was because of him we have this June 12th, right? And I'm like lucky enough to know at least one of his sons, like he's somebody that is a family friend, to my parents and all. But I'm like, if you look at it, since that time, I believe that was 1993, right? Since that period, there's still the same problems that we're facing. So I'm not here to there's a word I'm looking for. I'm not here to like downplay maybe people that actually believe there's a democracy, should I say APC members. But if they can show us how, like, ways that for us to know that there's democracy, because anytime this June 12th is coming up, I'm like, even activists are not even trying to even use it as a way to speak out. You understand? Protest, do something. And everybody just wants to sit down. June 12. So might say I actually just joined this space. I don't know what the space is about. Like, what was your intention? If maybe you can just recap. But I'm just gonna end here. I'm like, we that are not in government, even if you're a supporter, like I'm like, if we really want to appreciate that, we're an independent country, it starts with calling out our government on to be accountable for so many things that will make us sovereign and will feel like a democratic nation, because people are speaking now, people are hungry, people right now are kidnapped. I left Twitter because at a point, with this Oyo kids, I actually, for my mental health, even up to now, I've not checked. I don't know I just came back on Twitter today. I don't know if these kids have been back. Like I think they're still in the bush by now. So I'm just going to end here with all that. Nigeria, that's why Peter Obi just even tweeted. I was trying to analyze his tweet, but this is not the space. I'll do a space on that. Like, his tweet is just very accurate. Peter Obi made a tweet. I'll post it on the comment section. Is very accurate about how he feels about Tinubu's government, and like probably they're not doing enough, to make us feel good. If you look at, is it June 4th? Yeah, in America, when they are celebrating, their, I think it's independence or something, you can see that it is on ground when the celebration is true. It's not just a name, like, they are really independent, a free nation and stuff like that. So I'm just going to yield here. We need to do better. Our government, not even we, the government needs to do better. If not, our passport is not really looking like much nowadays, and people are trying to run away, including me. I'm really trying to leave. So I'm just going to yield here. Thank you so much, Master.
All right, thank you, Valerie, for your contribution. You said you're a journalist, so you cannot abandon your job, right? So you have to follow up this news. I know sometimes it's difficult for people to follow up news that would make their day worse, right? But as a journalist, we look forward to you guys, okay? The journalists are the fourth arm of the government. So we really, really look forward to you guys giving us the accurate news. There's something that happened yesterday since you talked about this. Please bear with me, Vasinok. I can see you. I'm happy you spoke about your colleagues in the journalists that you guys worked together with. Yesterday there was a protest in Nigeria, in the FCT in Abuja by the young man called VDM, right? Now, there was a news channel. I think their name is News Channel. Is it News Channel? The one that has red. Iwama, what's the name of that news? I'm trying to find them. I can't see them. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Is it News Channel? The one that has the red.
News Central.
News Central.
News
I
Central.
apologize. Thank you very much. News Central. So they posted something about the protest. If I can find it, I'll put it on the jumbotron. Now, I think the protest has to do with Tinubu must go, but the journalist or the media house that is called News Central, if you go back and look at how they tagged it, they removed Tinubu's name. They just put quote must go. I ask yourself a question. It's either you do this improperly or you just get out. Okay? What am I saying? So, Valerie, you have to go back to your colleagues. You guys need to be able to do the job that you're called to do, right? But thank you very much for your contribution to the topic. On that note, we'll pass the mic to Vasinok. You're back, sir. The mic is yours.
Okay, Mindset, thank you for getting me back. I don't know why this always happens. I don't want to start putting out issues that I don't think is true. I can't verify. Every time I'm talking on your platform, suddenly I'm dropped. My network is good. I got data. I don't know why it's happening, but it's fine. As I was saying, I find it very disingenuous if anyone is trying to repurpose, redesign the definition of democracy as we've always known it. And for me, that has been the first part our democracy is taking, which is a blind citizenship. It is your right to support a political party. It's part of democratic process. It is your right to support a candidate. It's part of a democratic process. But for a country to thrive and succeed with democracy, even within your political system, you should be able to say, OTO, rara, this one, no, I don't support it. You should be able to do that. And it is of democratic standing on the truth that helps our democracy to thrive, to grow, to blossom to what will lead to a better society. If you go back in time, during the Watergate scandal in America, when Richard Nixon went to bug the House, the Democratic Convention, which led to the collapse of his government, it was people within his own Democratic Party that were even mounting pressure that this.
Okay, have we lost him? Hello?
It seems we have. I can't hear him either. I can't hear him.
Okay, any other person? Please, I don't want it to appear that he's here, but he's not speaking. So I just wanted to confirm it's not only myself and Afolabi. Can we have any other?
No, we can't hear him.
We can't hear okay.
Him. We can't hear him.
So Mr. Vasinok is actually from your end. It's not from the platform.
Only to come out to start pointing the wrongs.
Vasinok, I apologize.
Or trying to candidate or then you hear the word. I always hear the word Nigerians will say is politics. No, that is being devious. That is you destroying a process that ordinarily should follow a principled path of equity, justice, equity, justice.
Okay, I think what we need to do is to remove him. I think he for some reason he's not able to. We're not able to hear him, right? Do we all agree? Hello.
I agree. Yes, it comes in and out.
Okay, that's fine. Let's remove him from the speaker.
Is the hand up for me?
Then do we have any new speaker who would like to contribute? If not, I'll pass the mic to Folake. We have Mr. Victor. Victor, the mic is yours. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Okay, sir, I wish to appreciate Nigerians. I don't know whether all of us accept that today is Democracy Day, but whatever happens, we should be patriotic Nigerians and we should accept whatever it is that is nationally binding. So I want to use this medium to appreciate everyone. And I just joined. I didn't know where the argument was still into or where the presentation was still into, but whatever happened, I would like to stay a while I listen to the tune of argument, then I know where to comment. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Victor, for your contribution. Folake, the mic is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So I guess a lot of people have. I just want to correct some maybe I don't know misconceptions about maybe what I said. There's a difference between the definition of democracy and the praxis of it. So, what democracy is in definition and what it is in practice. And I was saying that in practice, democracy is, especially in the beginning stages, it's an exchange of power, it's an agreement amongst the powerful to rotate hands. And in the case of Nigeria, we have come from spontaneous military coups that change the trajectory and direction of where we're going at random moments to a more sort of predictable way of transitioning and rotating power amongst the powerful. all. And I said that's not unlike the early stages of democracy. So I wasn't saying or talking about the definition of democracy. Democracy in practice has its vulnerabilities, and they are significant. There's a vulnerability to manipulation. There's a vulnerability to the tyranny rather of the majority. There's a vulnerability to oligarchy, because although every citizen gets one vote, not every citizen has the same amount of money. Wealthy individuals, corporations, special interest groups, etc., right? They can influence elections, they fund political campaigns, they fund who you even get to see. In the case of Nigeria, we're in a situation where if you enter for governorship and you do your first 4 years and you do not have enough money for your campaign, someone who is probably less capable than you but has more money to throw at it will come and take away your position. Someone who has even worse plans can do that, and it's not just in Nigeria that this happened. So I was saying that first of all, as citizens, we need to understand that the powerful see this as an exchange of power. And now in Nigeria, we've run consistent elections since 1999. So we have gotten to a point of some sort of semblance of stability in terms of how power changes. We're now having conversations like, oh, it's the turn of the North, it's the turn of the South. We're having more, we've come to almost like a system around how we shift power. And I'm saying that democracy is a system of shifting and transitioning power amongst the powerful. If it's not about the powerful, you and I, with all our lofty ideas, will be able to go to the polls and get votes. But that's not how it works. Even in places like America, before you see the Kamala Harris and before you see the Trump, it's the people, the powers that be, the people who have the resources that say these are the options that you have. So the practice of something versus the definition of something are two different things, right? And I was trying to transition that and juxtapose that rather in contrast to where we're coming from. Now, when people say, "Oh, things have gotten worse," like I said, there's no basis of that in fact. Our GDP per capita is higher than it was in the military era, despite the fact that we had a significant oil boom, and despite the fact that we've had rapid population increase. For those who don't know, rapid population increase is actually one of the most difficult things that a nation can encounter, because what you're going to have infrastructure lag, and you're going to have job lags. You're going to have so many lags if those things are not evolving as quickly as the population is growing. The life expectancy has increased since the military era. It was, I think, 46 years, and now it's 55. In fact, mortality has dropped. It was 120, I think, or 140, I think, per is it 10,000 better? How do they calculate it? But I think now it's somewhere around 70 or 90. Go cross check that, please. The literacy rate for adults has increased. It was around 50% during the military era, and post 1999 it has increased to about 62 to 70%, depending on what part of Nigeria you're on. Our HDI UN index has increased from 0.40 to 0.56. Electricity access has increased. Those of us, I know I sound young, but like I say, I'm not young. I remember setting up lanterns. I remember setting up candles growing up. Electricity access has increased from 40% to 60%. Foreign reserve stability has also improved. We have the debt crisis that we had in the 80s and 90s after the oil boom, thanks to, once again, military mismanagement. We're no longer in that situation. In fact, Nigeria has a very, very, very low, next to zero actually, default patterns. We don't like default on our loans. And most importantly, we have political stability, like I was describing earlier, because we found, even though it doesn't yet serve the bottom of the pyramid, it doesn't yet serve those with the least power, but we found a more politically stable way of transitioning power. So when people say things are worse off now in that sense, oh, mindset, your hands are up, I'll round up now. I don't know what that is based on. And then, like I said, I can concede to the argument that things are moving slower. than we want, and I think that's a fair point. But the comparison and saying it's not accurate. And then, Maita, just to quickly correct something you said, I think you mentioned that or something you said I said. I didn't say if a government is not performing, you don't change them. I said no. I said as a people, democracy can become a tool used against us. It can become a tool of our disservice. And I said, if you think short term, you're going to get short term output. And I said, we shouldn't use our democracy to reward short term thinking so that our politicians are brave enough to do the needful. So, for instance, Jonathan should have removed fuel subsidy, but he didn't. um I'm saying that as a people, we need to also think long term, because short term thinking hurts us and puts us in a unfortunate vicious cycle of stagnancy. When we reward short term thinkers, the politicians who are in power, who are power brokers, they end up choosing and prioritizing short term decision making. So when I'm saying is someone doing well, my analysis of if someone is doing well is not rooted just in the now. It's not just rooted on what are the current inconveniences that we may be going through. It's rooted in understanding of the long term intention, long term trajectory, as well as short term to a great degree. And somebody compared the Nigerian civil war to the Rwandan genocide, and I don't know where to begin to sort of analyze that from since I'm out of time, but that is a very, 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 very simplistic comparison. There are very different situations that obviously would really yield very different outcomes. When you talk about the insecurity in Nigeria and you put it on democracy, it means you do not understand insecurity in Nigeria. It's a geographical problem that is affecting the Sahel. It's not just Nigeria. And there are specificities that have happened at specific points in time that are independent of the country, that are not about Nigeria, that have excavated the situation. So I think like we need to be more objective and less like, oh, let's just talk about the things generally and say things are much worse. I think that we should be objective. What exactly are we talking about when we say things are much worse than they were in military era? Thank you, Mindset.
All right, thank you, Folake, for your contribution. There is something I would like you to respond. I know you like to take your time, but please, I do not have enough time. So if you're not going to respond quickly, I would request from you not to just ignore this question, right? The president you support, for example, Ahmed Tinubu, said today that the terror-related debt has dropped down by 81% since 2015. Do you agree to that?
No.
Okay, so he's making it up. He's lying then, right?
So the thing is,
No.
I don't.
You
No,
said
I don't know about lying. Because I think lying, you want to project a value sort of on what he said. I haven't investigated it, so I can't say that. I don't agree. Doesn't mean I think he's lying.
okay, but you said no. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Because of time, we'll come back to that. Because the thing here is this: we can romance this thing, paint it red, paint it white. Do whatever we want to do about it. In everything that you said, you have a point, but you didn't speak more about insecurity. And you talked about, you spoke about it, but you made it sound like it's not all that. What do I mean by that? It's not affecting every part of Nigeria. There is absolutely no region in Nigeria that has not been affected by insecurity. If there's one thing this present government should do right now, is to end insecurity. It's affecting every region: the South region, the Southeast region, the Northwest, North Central, Northeast, and Southwest. Right? But let me pass the mic to the next speaker, then we'll come back. But thank you for your contribution. Iwoma, please, do you mind? Let's hear from Secret Hawk Cage. He's just joined. Please, sir. And Miss Priscilla, I can see your hand. Please do bear with me. Let's hear from the new speaker. Secret, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much. Can I?
Yes, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I just joined, sorry, and I had both the Nigeria for that giving her own perception about democracy currently. Let's be realistic. Hope I'm audible, sorry. Please, I need a sign to realize
Yes,
I'm
you are,
audible.
sir. You are. You are.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's be realistic. We are not in democracy. We are not in democracy. There's nothing to celebrate currently today. Let's just be realistic. Forgive me. This is my own opinion. I know so many individuals here down here might reason the same way I reason. It baffles me to even realize that someone educated coming out to even mention of debt index and birth rate currently is trying to sugarcoat the current Nigerian situation. The same democracy we are celebrating today is no longer democracy. At some point, we were evolving, but gradually, they've taken us 10 years backward. Military era is far better. How can we celebrate democracy when we have refineries that are that have collapsed? Every day they're embezzling money through those refineries. The revitalization of those refineries till date, they're trying towards spending millions and trillions of naira just to revive those refineries that we were privileged enough to cut them during the military era. The so-called military era the Nadeko government criticized. Today being June 12th, I don't view June 12th as democracy. I view June 12th as Nadeko Day. My personal opinion. Anybody celebrating democracy today, saying we are in democracy era, he's just deceiving himself because you are celebrating a dictator. There is no peace in the country. Every region has been ravaged by insecurity. What do we have to celebrate? The birth rate and the death index we've been mentioned is not due to democracy, let's be realistic. Because if we were in military era, our hospitals would have been in better condition, better situation than this current democracy we are celebrating. I was at the hospital lately. I went there with ulcer. I came back with malaria. Every day money is being spent on hospital, on health. Where is the money going to? And we are celebrating democracy? In what aspect? Look at dams. Were we not here when dams have been busting? Dams built by the military era? Tell me a single dam that this democracy has given us that we can celebrate, that we can even boast of, which is far better than the military era's own. But if not, due to democracy, we've seen the nonchalant attitude of every single government official when it comes to management of public funds. If that is what we call democracy, let's be realistic. I'm disappointed. I'm highly disappointed. At some point, I clamor for democracy, but every reasonable individual that sat down and studied the way Nigeria has been moving toward since democracy in Nigeria, we know that, look, let's be realistic, we've been going backward. Look at Lagos today. Lagos today isn't Tinubu's achievement, that's a sad reality. Lagos was built by those military rulers during the military era. Yeah, you can laugh, but that's the sad reality. Lagos was built by those military rulers. The focus and attention they gave Lagos to be Nigerian investment is what we are reaping today, not the so-called Tinubu or the so-called democracy. No. Tinubu did nothing in Lagos. He met Lagos with already an existing blueprint. Investment from different aspects of Nigeria was channeled to Lagos during the military era. And today he's boasting of Lagos as his investment. I've been proud of democracy, but not lately. Especially seeing kids from from different parts of Nigeria. Have we forgotten kids were locked up? Minors were locked up. That is why I know that this president doesn't give a damn about those kids in the bush. If he could have the soul, the mind to lock up minors in prison, look at the day they were being fed. What is the major goal of every democratic nation? Security of life and property, freedom of speeches. We've been there. Most of us are hiding behind burner account just because they should not track us, because we know the next place we are going to land is in the DSS offices. The first government, this is the first government that made his appointees. Let me round up. The first government that his appointees feel that okay, they must, the rate of impunity, they must display impunity. That is the only way they can make the president happy. Look at the FCT minister. Look at the Senate. What was it called? What was it called? Senate. I've even forgotten his name. Also, Apabio. They are just displaying impunity. They've never displayed anything that has to do with democracy. Democracy, where they say, okay, majority is the majority that carries the vote. But no, he doesn't give a damn about that one. Whatever ring in his ears, that's it. The I nor nay. He was it called. He abide by. Thank you very much. I know what was it called. I've eaten so many times. Let me end like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Secret Hawkage. Please correct me if I butchered your name. Apologies. Thank you for your contribution. Now, I wanted to respond to some of the things you said, because this is debatable, right? There are those who would argue that the military era Nigeria was much better, and there's those who will say no. If you have lived during the military era, you shouldn't even say anything about it, right? I don't know how old you are, and I'm not going to ask you. But I think we have to be very careful, right? Because the military era comes with its own problems, okay? Yes, this democracy is not perfect since 1999. It's not perfect. But if for any reason we're able to get the right people and get the institution working, I think we're going to enjoy it more than the military era. The military era was, there were things they did well, but there were a lot of things that they didn't do well. So we have to be very, very careful in what we wish for, right? But thank you very much, sir, for your contribution. Who else do we have? I apologize. I'm struggling to see hands up. So, Captain, you're going to help me out. Who do we have? I can see a lot of people on the platform, but I can't see anybody raising their hand.
You have a lot of hands that are up. Ikege, Dr. Ejiki, Iwoma, Max, and service culture.
Okay, I think we'll go with service culture because I did mention her name earlier on. So, guys, we're going to round up quickly. So let's be mindful of time. Priscilla, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Mindset. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Priscilla Amadi, Service Culture Evangelist. Today's space has been very interesting, but I've been noticing some subtle social engineering and narrative shaping going on. And while everyone is within their right to express their viewpoint with regards to Democracy Day in Nigeria, I think that from my own point of view, I would love to say that the state of the country is not up for narrative shaping, is not up for political dilly-dallying. Is a serious issue. I personally think that the rate we are going is beginning to look like we are heading towards extinction, because the rate of death in this country is astonishing. And I don't know where the numbers are coming from with regards to increased, will I say, that what do you call that? Oh God, what you say about this, the average, age expectancy. People are dropping like flies, literally. You see, when some of us in Nigeria try to make the narrative that Nigerians, that is too 4 years is too short to do anything, I worry. And also when I hear narratives that tend to subtly absorb the presidency of his job as the Grand Commander commanding the Federal Republic, I worry. I worry because these same instances do not apply in your day-to-day life. It does not apply in your company, and it does not apply to Abia State. The truth of the fact is, you can call whatever statistics and make up whatever numbers you want to make up. But the true test of the quality of life of people is from of the people living that life. You cannot tell me as a Nigerian living in Nigeria right now that the dividends of democracy has been slow enough that it's not getting to the Nigerians. It's non-existent. And I stand on that hill. It's non-existent now. Coming to tell the Nigerian citizens what or how they feel or what they see or how they live is more of like telling adults that, oh, you don't know what you're saying. This corn you're looking at that is green. The leaf of this corn that you're looking at is green. It's not green. If you look at it statistically, it's leaning towards red. The truth of the matter is, if we don't name these issues that we are facing as a country, we will not be able to look for how to. We already know what the issues are. We already know how to go about it. We still have this element of, will I say, poor orientation, because we have orientation agencies that I think can do better when it comes to orientation. We also have intimidation. We have abuse of law. We have lack of accountability from the leadership, because when citizens try to hold them accountable, the judiciary and security agencies are used to intimidate actual citizens. You see, it's not like Nigerians are not doing what they can. It's just, it seems like it's an uphill battle. And that's why there's a race to find a GCFR, which is a president who would allow some form of, democracy in its true form, so that people can begin to freely do their jobs as citizens. If that doesn't happen, I'm afraid that when the people are intimidated, when they are oppressed, when they are not allowed to express themselves, why they are living in penury, in abject poverty, multidimensionally, at that case, when they are living in poor security, and because of the bad security, again, it leads to poverty because they can't even farm. They can't feed themselves, not because they cannot farm, but because they can't go to their farms peacefully. We know that a lot of people cannot farm in their locale because when you go to the farm, there's a 90% chance that you might not come back home alive. So going to go and find a way to feed your family is even an abject, is a supreme sport, an extreme sport rather. So you see, we need a situation whereby we need people to express themselves democratically, because when that doesn't happen, you are now inviting the violent form of expression, which is what every Nigerian do not want, and that's what we've been avoiding. So when you do not allow people to express themselves through the correct means in which they ought to, that are constitutionally allowed, you leave them no chance than to do it in a violent manner, to push for a revolution. And then when you do that, what happens? That bloodless change we are looking for, that bloodless coup now becomes bloody, because the people are not allowed to express their constitutional rights. That hasn't changed, but they are using other institutions that are supposed to protect these constitutional rights are being used to intimidate the people. So before we come here and try to do narrative shaping in a very intelligent space like Mindset, filled up with very intellectual individuals, and try to, make gaslighting statements and insinuate things that are unrealistic and not truthful, think about the living situation. Can you, who is coming to tell us these various things, can you test your age expectancy? Take a road trip, to test your age expectancy, take a road trip, go down the road and see if you will be able to get to 54 years old. That's if you don't pay, for various banditry stuff. So please, I apologize for, the current state of the country. I don't know how we're going to do it. It makes me really sad, but we really need to face the truth and pray and hope and work towards a way to change things in a less bloody format, and then pray that the institutions that continually get hijacked by individuals stop getting hijacked, so that we can have a smooth transition into prosperity for all, into success for all, and into, better way of life for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Priscilla, for your contribution. You said you're apologizing, so some persons might think that you're part of the government. So we need to make sure that your apologies, because you're a Nigerian that wants a better Nigeria. It's not that you're apologizing on behalf of the government that you are part of, right? But thank you very, very much for your contribution to the topic. Who else do we have? We have Gege, right? Gege, the mic is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mindset. I apologize. The last time I had to suddenly rush into a meeting, so that's why I had to cut short my previous participation. But yes, no, just to conclude, the first thing is I think we're conflating a number of issues. Yes, we now have democracy, which is true, and I agree that democratic rule is better than military rule. But democracy itself is not a magic bullet. All democracy does is it gives you the freedom to make your own decisions. And the problem we have is, since Nigeria has been given freedom, we've made terrible choices. And instead of owning up to the fact that we're making terrible choices, we are trying to hark back to a time when our ability to choose was taken away from us under military rule. And it's the same thing that's going to happen when you have restructuring. Restructuring gives every state the freedom to choose, but it's up to you to choose whether you choose good governance or bad. So, as I was saying during my previous submission, democracy has given us freedom, but we as ordinary citizens now need to use that freedom to hold our leaders to account at every level. Democracy is about the leadership fearing the people. At the moment, our leaders don't fear us. Bola Tinubu doesn't fear us. That's why, for example, insecurity has been skyrocketing, but the only time Bola Tinubu even tried to sit up was not because we were agitating. It was because Donald Trump in America literally shouted on his head on Twitter. I don't know if you remember that period where Trump literally tweeted and shouted on Tinubu's head, what kind of country are you running, that this place is a hellhole, blah, blah, blah. That was the only thing that made Tinubu jump from his chair and say, okay, let us try to start pretending to do things. And that is what I mean when I say at every level, our leaders need to fear us. So at the ballot box, when you're voting, the INEC official there needs to be afraid that if I make the wrong decision, or if I declare the wrong person the winner, that I might not survive this. The judges need to be afraid that every time a case comes before me, if I allow corruption to guide my decision making, I might not survive it. Our senators, our governors at every level, everyone who holds power in trust for Nigerians needs to be afraid. If they're not afraid of ordinary Nigerians, then they will continue to misgovern as they have misgoverned. In the Western world where some of us live, our politicians fear us. That's why even minor things like overcharging, even if it's to reclaim £20 for their lunch, they're very careful because they know that if the people see that I've claimed £20 that is not mine, they will vote me out or things will not be easy for me. But Nigerians don't, our leaders don't care. So to conclude, we have democracy is freedom. We have freedom. Now it's up to ordinary Nigerians to decide what they want to do with that freedom. It's the equivalent of you becoming a man or woman when you're 18 or 21. You're now free, but whether you become a success in life or a failure in life is up to you. You cannot blame any military ruler. You cannot blame your parents because you're now an adult. So the power of life or death is now in your hands. So ordinary Nigerians need to understand this and hold all their leaders accountable. If not, we will continue to move around in this cycle of doom. I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you, Gege, for your contribution. Actually, before you left, there was a question out there for you, but I hope you're still going to be with us before we round out, because I would like you to respond to that.
Yes, yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
What's the question?
Okay, thank you. Let me pass the mic to the news speakers, and I'll look for that question. The person put it on on the comment section, then I will come back to you. We have a new speaker here. Olu, I can see you. I can see other persons raising their hand. Let's give opportunity to those who have not contributed yet. Ihamefu, the mic is yours. Good afternoon. Please, am I still audible?
Yes, we can hear you, Mindset.
Okay, we have a new speaker here, Ihamafu. Okay. All right, let's try again. Ihamafu, the mic is yours, sir. If you have to unmute your mic. All right, since he's not responding, then let's pass the mic to Olu, and I'm going to remove him from the spaces. Olu, you can go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mindset. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I think there's something we're missing when people come on board and they quote this thing about people being afraid of the people, like your elected officials or judges are being afraid of people. Now, particularly if you interrogate the person that they keep quoting, that it says democracy is not except the rulers or the politicians that are afraid of the people. The fear is not a fear of bodily harm. No. The fear is not a fear of bodily harm. The fear is not the fear that their members of their families will receive visits, threatening visits, because of decisions they're going to make. The fear is about the fear that at the ballot, when people vote, they will vote right and they will vote you out. That is the fear these people are referring to, not a fear of bodily harm. There is no advanced democracy where there is the fear of the people that is directly linked to bodily harm to anybody. No. It is that once people go to the ballot, they will reject you. We see it in America. Donald Trump was the president. They rejected him. And you know the funny thing is we've seen the same thing in Nigeria. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan was the president. We rejected him. We rejected him. People did not vote. People voted for Buhari because that's who they wanted to vote for. Now, I really don't get it, how we've walked ourselves to this corner where we're time and time again, or at least in one instance, one situation, a person that we wanted has won an election against an incumbent. But then we forget that. And we keep reverting back to this thing, votes don't count. How? If there was one instance where votes counted, it was the Goodluck Jonathan Buhari election. And Goodluck stepped away because he saw that the people had voted in a particular direction. I don't get how we go into an election and we believe that because we support a particular candidate that and they lose an election, it means therefore they've been rigged. No. Buhari's election, I supported Goodluck Jonathan. I put everything, blood, sinew, everything into it. But Buhari won. And we accepted it. Because that's what people wanted. That's what they wanted. 2023, people are still going about to 2023 today, believing that somebody else won that election. How? How? And that is the mindset people are taking into the election in 2027, believing that because 2023 was stolen, something else will be stolen. I mean, Donald Trump believed that the election was stolen from him.
He believed the whole.
Sorry, is it from my end or have we lost him? Hello? Can anybody unmute their mic and help me out, please?
Have one
yeah, we've lost
instance.
We lost him or we can hear him?
Can you hear me now? Am I audible now?
Okay, go ahead. We lost you for a minute, but go ahead, sir.
Okay, so at least we have one instance that we can refer to where elections counted. Or at least we believe they counted. My candidate lost in that election, but I don't dispute the fact that Buhari was voted for. So why is it difficult for us to now accept the same thing when other people contest elections and they lose? Why is it difficult for us to now take that mindset that 2015 actually happened in this our democracy, and go into 2027 that if the people we vote for and we actually go out and vote for these people win, that they'll be declared winner? So people are alluding to somebody. What do you think it was that if because Donald Trump is not interested in the outcome of the elections in Nigeria, therefore anything that is other than what people determine by the ballot would stand? No, I don't think any politician in Nigeria will risk the majority of people hitting the streets in a situation where they are rigged out stupidly. I do not believe so. It is a dangerous risk to take. It is very dangerous a risk to take. And Jonathan looked at that and saw it and go, you know, I'm not going to challenge this, and he walked away from it. And I believe that at every point where there's an election, if the people vote overwhelmingly in a particular direction, that the result of that election will stand, and nobody will turn it. No courts will turn it. Nobody will turn it. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you, Olu, for your contribution. You mentioned 2015 that you voted for Goodluck Jonathan. Then Buhari was declared the winner. You believe that election was free and fair. I mean, you know this, right? So, Atahiru Jaga, Professor Atahiru Jaga, was one person, even though people don't know much about what transpired. Gege is here, so he probably might shed more light to this. I believe you know this already. Was one person that wanted to do what is right. Do you agree that no matter the pressure from the presidency, that Atahiru Jaga, Professor Atahiru Jaga, who was the INEC chairman then, was willing to do what is right? Do you agree, or look?
Mindset. This has nothing to do with Atahiru Jaga.
Olu, if you don't, sorry, I apologize for interrupting your flow. If you don't agree, don't tell me you don't agree. I said I'll continue.
Okay, I do not agree that this had anything to do with Atahiru Jaga making up his mind to do whatever. It was the people's voice. He had no choice. People voted for Buhari, and we got Buhari. Atahiru Jaga had no choice in the matter. None.
All right, thank you very much. Can you mute your mic now, please? Thank you, Olu. Okay, thank you. So you disagree. Now, respectfully, I disagree with you as well, because if you follow the 2015 election, when Goodluck Jonathan appointed Atahiru Jaga, he didn't know who this guy was, right? At a point, it was very clear to Goodluck Jonathan that Buhari is beginning to, the momentum is shifting from him, because APC ran a very good campaign. In as much as people don't like it, it's politics, right? There was so much pressure. Gege knows what I'm talking about. But Atahiru Jaga, who was the INEC chairman then, was like, the vote of the people will count. It was not a perfect election. 2015 was not perfect. I cannot compare it to 1993. Okay? But the problem here, Olu, is that if you compare 2015 to 2023, I mean, it is very clear to the blind that the INEC chairman then, Professor Mahmoud Yakub, didn't follow through with what he promised Nigerians. Now, the problem again here is we have another INEC chairman who, in my view, you will disagree with me, and that's okay, has proven that he's not willing to do what is right. And I'll give you an example. This is why people are really not comfortable with whatever would happen in 2027. Okay? So I want you to reflect on this. Hopefully, when next time we'll be on the platform, I would discuss 2015 election. Maybe we can shed more light to it, if that's okay with you, Olu. Thank you very much for your contribution once again. I can only see Gege, right? I can only see Gege raising his hand, so I'm going to pass the mic to him. If there's any other person you guys need, Captain, you need to help me out.
My hand is up, Mindset.
Iwoma, your hand, I can't even see it. I'm sorry. Okay, let me hear from Gege, then I'll come back to you. Is that okay, Woma?
Of course,
Thank you.
yes.
Gege, the mic is yours, sir.
Oh, thank you, Mindset. I was just going to respond to the previous speaker who seems to have, I think, misunderstood my point. First of all, with Western or successful democracies, the fear is different. That is correct. But they have those fears because there are legal avenues to seek redress. So if I spot a member of parliament in England, for example, doing something corrupt, if I report him to the Speaker of the House, report to the police, or take it to the judiciary, I have full confidence that between or within one of those institutions, he will be held accountable. In Nigeria, you're talking about a system where the police, the judiciary, INEC, every organ that is supposed to hold people in power accountable has been co-opted by the people in power. So, and these very people in power have no problems with deploying violence to get their way. So when I'm saying people need to stand their ground at the polling unit, this is not just because you need to do it that way. It's because even the APC that you're trying to get out of power is going to have thugs, gunmen, and everybody at those very polling units. They are preparing to use violence and weapons to achieve victory. So if you think you're going to turn up there and form a single file and hope that the right thing will be done, then quite frankly, you are this is engaging in wishful thinking. But to the second point, which I forgot to make, was the fact that I think you were talking about Yakubu. As you know, Yakubu promised that the IRF system will be sacrosanct. He didn't deliver that in 2023. In fact, not only that, he then accepted an ambassadorial appointment from the person that he helped to win an election. That is the height of unethical behavior. And that's one of the things with Bola Tinubu. He corrupts things so badly that we actually forget how normal things should be done. I mean, where is it heard that you're the umpire for an event, and after you declare a winner, the winner gives you an appointment? Is that not the height of corruption? But anyway, as this is Nigeria, so Bola Tinubu has many apologists, so these sort of things will keep happening, as I said, until ordinary Nigerians rise up and take back their country. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you, Gege. Iwoma, please go ahead, sir. Iwoma, the mic is yours. Miss Priscilla, can you help me out?
Oh, sorry, can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry. Yes, I mean, I think maybe just picking up from where Gege was speaking, and to lead me to like the point I was trying to make. You've noticed that like in my submissions, I've tried to be as neutral as possible, even though it is a very political issue, and to focus on, trying to come from a more analytical perspective. That's why Mindset, like from my very first submission, I started with the positives that we have gained from our checkered democratic history. And my point was that, like, within the last 5 years, we've had more dynamism in our politics and in our democracy, because ultimately democracy is hinged on, selection of people, government of people, by the people, and for the people. So like depends on the people's choices. Even if, INEC has had its issues, if you look at pollings from 2023 about the average Nigerian trust in INEC, it declined rapidly. I think people, when INEC came out with, it's going to be shared from the polling unit and all the things they did during that period,
people were skeptical, but they were cautiously optimistic. But after the elections, it went downhill, because of the outcomes and everything. So the democracy is checkered, yes. But like I've pointed out, the outcomes we've gotten from the democracy have even on this platform, have people looking at it as like, we haven't really gained anything from it. But like, if we're even going philosophical, yes, the worst type of democracy is better than the best form of dictatorship. But that's another whole topic on its own. So what we've been left with is stress testing the system. Yes, I know that INEC has issues. Yes, I know that, it is a weak institution based on all the variables from 2023 till then. But since we live in a democracy in quote, and this is the system for a change of governance, I will have to stress test the system, which is why mindset during the 2023 elections, aside being monitoring my own polling units, I had to go out of my way to monitor 5 other polling units. I had to still go out of my way to escort results to World Coalition Center, and still had to go out of my way, not me, just me and a group of people, to make sure that our 29,000 votes that we collated in our local government was not reduced more than the 16,000 that was put on the EC8B form, which is the form you transcribe from the result in EC8A to EC8B form. So that is me stress testing the system, knowing that in spite of how checkered it is, I still want to try to make do with what is in front of me, and not just raise up my hands and say, oh, woe is me, nothing is happening. No, which is why I think we have some kind of alignment mindset. I would not just say because a particular person is like a Nebuchadnezzar and has state captured all the institutions of the state, that I would just leave everything to chance. No, it's better for me to go out of me and try to make sure that Valerie said, a peaceful kind of revolution still has a chance, so that there's no space for whatever violent revolution and all that. Is that to say that democracy has improved? No. This is me and other Nigerians using our own initiative to stress test the system and bring about change, regardless of how checkered the democracy is at the moment. So it's like I'm stating this fact to dispute theses that are being made that there was a change of power at a so time, so there was progress. Yes, there was a change of power, but what was the strength of the institution that is the umpire for the change of power? Have they refused reforms at several times? The answer is yes. We don't need to even go too far. Just for real-time transmission of results was a lingering issue. We're talking about a process that would bring a lot more transparency, so like they say that the government of the people will be recognized. It was an issue. So these are the cards we are dealt with in Nigeria. That is why when we talk about Nigeria, our democracy has context. We cannot just take it out of context and point at few bright spots and make a summary that so and so the democracy is this way or that way. No, we've had a democracy, but the outcomes that we've had from the democracy have been regressive. Someone mentioned a whole lot of things. I've seen your hands mindset. 1 more minute.
someone talked about like the improvements in indices and everything. And that is, I mean, when I heard it, I thought it was another Nigeria, because I used the example of how I could travel as a young man, as a kid, or as a teenager to certain parts of Nigeria, and how that is impossible today. My parents attended public Nigerian universities at their time. There was, what do you call it, at the time there was a protest for the quality of food in Nigerian university cafeterias. That, like, that is the point at which that democracy, which is me linking to the Third Republic, in between, so I was talking about that time. So yes, I've zero out again. So the outcomes have been checkered, but it has been the initiative of Nigerians to stress test the system to make sure that we can try to use the system to bring about peaceful change. Thank you.
Thank you, Iwoma, for your contribution. So we're going to round up exactly 3 o'clock. So we have barely 1 hour, 6 minutes. And we do have new speakers. I will give the opportunity to new speakers. Can we have Mr. Victor? Victor, good afternoon, sir, if you're still with us.
Yeah, my side. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My side, yeah, the topic is democracy in Nigeria. My side, I miss the period when we have a government that can give, a government whereby that can give a particular figure. For example, they said they kidnapped 40 students, and a media outfit will come out to tell you, no, it is 70 students. I miss that government, because what we are seeing in this day democracy is a gapped media. Media is being suffocated. I miss a democracy where government, media will not wait for government to release information before they can investigate and give us a true information. What you see in today's media is almost dependent on government. Government gives the media their playbook. Government tells the media what to say. Because the last time a media outfit comes out independently to give figures and information, I will trace it to Goodluck Jonathan's time. And you tell me we are in democracy mindset. I miss when the masses will push back on a policy and government will reverse that policy. I miss that time. The last time the people pushed back on a particular issue was during NSAS protest. And mindset, it's almost a revolution. It's almost a revolution that helped push back on the SARS, on the police brutality in this country. That is the last time I could remember that the populace ask government to do something and government listened to them, and they listened because it's a protest. It's not that the government felt the masses wanted something and they wanted to give it to them. I miss that democracy mindset. And you say we are still in democracy. Democracy can mean different things to different people. APC will come here to tell you that we are still in democracy. Yes, we are in democracy because we are not being, the government is not run by a military dictator or a military officer, But I tell you that what we see today is not democracy. I miss that time mindset when an appointment like an INEC chairman will be appointed based on what the people want, based on the suggestion of civil society organizations, based on all this, or based on a roundtable discussion. A government that will give an appointment not solely on what the government wants, but solely on what the majority of the people wants. That is called democracy. Myself, let me remind us how Orogen was asked out of office, the CJN, during this APC administration. If you can remember Orogen as the CJN, that was the first time I can see a government blatantly disgrace a CJN out of office without no repercussion, without not even thinking of what the people or what the masses will say, and then try to impute an individual from just from nowhere, and you call that democracy? You call that democracy? I said, coming down to our elections, people will try to tell you to provide evidence. Provide evidence. You want to criticize your government, they will tell you you have to provide an ordinary person, an ordinary citizen. They will tell, as an ordinary citizen, they will ask you to provide evidence before you can criticize this government. Mindset is so appalling because these ordinary citizens are not in the government. They have to say things they hear from the media, social media, some conventional medias, but the APC government will try to gag. They've already succeeded in gagging the media. And what they are doing now is gagging the ordinary citizens on what to say and what not to say on social media. I said, they want evidence, but let me refer you to the EU electoral report on 2023 presidential election. It's a 94-page document that stated that election was massively rigged and violently rigged in Lagos State, Rivers State, and Benue State. This is contained in that electoral EU observer mission. And let me also refer you to Yaga Africa statement. The Yaga Africa statement captured only Rivers State. It's a public document. You can go to EU website and you can see that for yourself. Because what I'm seeing in this APC government, when we say things, rigging, when we complain of, they will ask you, where is your evidence? But evidence are everywhere. And let me tell people, ordinary citizens are not supposed to present you, the government, with evidence. When people say something, when people criticize the government, it's now left for the government to look for evidences to disprove the citizens. So it's not this ordinary citizens' job to go and start looking for evidence because they are not working within your government. So I miss democracy in Nigeria. I felt democracy the last during the Goodluck Jonathan administration, where policies will be pushed back by ordinary people. I see your hand, Mindset. So in this administration, in this APC administration, and in the next election, I employ us all because when you have a government where people are not free to criticize as they like, social media is being gagged, the conventional media are being gagged, you don't have democracy. And I pray that in the next election, coming election, this everything will start because a government that wants to do something in the first year, you will see the political will. You will observe the political will. Let me take, for example, the Alex Otti administration. In his first year, you will sense this government have a political will and motivation to work for the people. But in this present administration, in their first year, we are not feeling that a government is in power. So the political will is very, very important. And this administration, if we give them 10 years mindset, they are not going to give us the democracy and the governance the Nigerians are yearning for. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Victor, for your contribution. I remember the CJ and the former CJ and then water or nuggets, issue. A lot of people were really, really disappointed with the then president, the late Muhammadu Buhari. And whenever you talk about this, I remember we had a conversation on Zoom, and we talked about the judiciary and the person on that Zoom meeting who was trying to defend this present government was saying, okay, that was done by Buhari. It has nothing to do with Bola Tinubu. Well, I said, okay, are you now saying that what the president said that he's working, whatever he's doing in conjunction with what the late Buhari did, right? But thank you very much. The thing about 2023 election that it hurts so much. I know it hurts so much because a lot of people invested their time, their energy, everything. And if I knew what I've known right now, there's some things I would have done differently because I remember Prof was telling me, say, this guy would not do the right thing. I'm talking about Mahmoud Yakub. So Prof was telling me that. I said, Prof, but this guy has said he would do this thing. And when I have private meetings with people, There's one guy, he would be on the platform very soon, hopefully. He would always say to me, I believe you so much that I gave all. He said to me, what about INEC? I said, you see, he's been to Chatham House and we've done our study that it appeared this guy would do something right, the right thing. And people bought that. People believed in so much in it. Young people were spending their hard-earned money. Students in Nigeria, we are doing placard, going around saying, go and collect your PVC. Because we believed that Mahmoud Yakub would do the right thing. This is why, if it's the last thing I would do, you see this INEC chairman, whether you guys want to believe him, whether he will conduct the election and declare Sowore the winner or declare any other political party the winner, my position has not changed. If we truly want a better democracy that works, the INEC chairman should get out. That's me. Because a man who have shown that he is a member of the political party, a man who has shown that he is against the opposition, is going to conduct election in Ekiti State. He is going to conduct the election in Osun State. Then come 2027, in the next 6 months, we will then believe that this man will do the right thing. Whether he likes, I said, so don't come here on the spaces and say, but mine said now he have declared somebody else as the winner. What do you say? I don't care who's going to declare the winner in 2027. Whether he decides to declare himself the winner, the truth of the matter is, if we are truly serious about protecting this democracy, if Bola Tinubu really loved Nigeria like he claimed, he said on the national television that we should criticize him. Now we are criticizing you, sir. Right? Get rid of this man. Give us someone else. At least for us to know that you're serious about protecting Nigerians. Then we'll come to insecurity. But thank you once again, Victor, for your contribution. On that note, I'll pass the mic to Josh. Josh, the mic is yours. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, Mindset. Nice space you're having. Happy democracy to every single Nigeria. Nigeria is all that we have. That being said, your conversation has evolved, and I think people are looking at it from the perspective of election in Nigeria and the past fault of previous administrations that has failed to hold and uphold democracy in Nigeria. What makes democracy important for us is institutions. The ability for us to strengthen our institutions and build institutions rather than build strong men. That is what holds democracy globally. The biggest and the most oldest democracy in the world is United States of America. What holds them to today is not the fact that they are open for a single person to come and solve all their problem out. It's because they believe that even if they have the devil as the president, the institution will hold it firm. We could go back to the 1990s and we look at Obasanjo OD massacre of 1999, where he ordered military to go destroy the OD town in Bayelsa State. Those were one of our great moments in our history of democracy. You could also take it back to the Yaradua's era, where he was sick, he was out of office, we had a vacuum. Jonathan wasn't going to be declared president because we had a constitutional lacuna. We had a constitutional gap in that. That tested our democracy during that period as well. But we stood firm. We came positively in that. Jonathan the constitution was changed. Jonathan emerged as the acting president, and the rest is history. To piggyback into election era, Nigeria is a country where the perception from the north is completely different from the perception of the south. And sometimes when the pendulum tilts to one side, we have a narrative and we believe in it, they were just and right. In my own perspective, even though I didn't believe Jonathan should win the 2011 election, he won the 2011 election. Everyone could believe that, yes, we voted for him. He had no shoes and we believed in him. And we were saying he should bring his luck. But his narrative was different in the north. We all could remember youth corps members were massacred in the north. God bless their soul. Those are the people that paid with their life. Young Nigerians paid with their life to defend democracy. They put their life on the line. Why? Because as much as we and myself, even though I don't believe in Jonathan, that he actually won that election, people in the north felt Buhari won the election. And they were hungry, upset. It led to violence and chaos. Since we're talking about election now, we cannot also take away the fact of where we're coming from. Progress is sometimes slow to achieve. For you to move from a 10 and get to 200 sometimes take years and sometimes could take decade. And I would like to set it from this perspective. The 2020 election that happened in America was one of the ones that tested American democracy. We had electoral colleges across America, and for states that Trump lost, they quietly sometimes presented fake electoral representative to go to Congress to declare Trump the winner of that election. We had issues with mail-in voting, which it was still being discovered that you have a lot of dead people voting and casting mail voting ballots to cast their votes. We saw the riots at the Capitol that shocked the rest of the world. Dear me, that's the oldest democracy in the world. Now they've made progress. They've seen the lacunas in this area, and this is almost after close to 300 years of that democracy holding. All right. So, bringing it into the Nigerian electoral system, we've had the worst, according to studies and research, the worst election Nigeria has had in history has been the 2003 and 2007 election. The 2003 election was so bad that people were still at the polling units when results were being declared. And the 2007 election were so bad that even the elected person declared that, yes, I know this system was flawed. See, that's another test to our democracy. And what did we do as a people? Um, we put in the work. We went into reforms. Okay? And bless Yaradua, the fact that he was bold enough to come out and make such stand is what has led us to some of the progress we've made from the 2007 election down to currently that we currently have. There was a time when technology was not introduced in our voting system. There was a time when uh, people go and use normal cards to accreditate themselves, and they give them a ballot paper, and mago go on. Osho State election is a perfect example to that, where people could actually use bamboo tree. They got tired of using their fingerprints. According to the judicial, the court ruling, it gave what's his name again? This guy Erufa, pardon me, but whoever the former governor of Osho State was way back then, the court gave him his ruling. And when they did forensic evidence, they found out that people got tired of using their thumbprints to vote, to cast the ballot paper. They started using bamboo trees. And it could pass in the system we had that time because we didn't have a proper accreditation system in our electoral process for people to vote. These are part of the reforms that Nigeria has embarked on. Part of those reforms include introducing technology, the biometric voter registration system, which is the smart card readers. And this was as far back as I think 2011, 2014. We used that system to try to curb a situation where we know that people who are actually coming to the polling unit are actually the people voting. But there was also a loophole in that. And then we made further amendments in 2015 down to 2021, where we introduced BVAS. And part of the part of the things that changed in that process that was still a bit of an error was the fact that electoral voting and electoral verification was not the sole purpose. In situations where you go to polling units and people, the BVAS was unable to function or failed, they revert automatically back to manual accreditation system. And we all could testify to the fact that introducing technology to any system improves the system tremendously. So the progress, we're also not going to deny the fact that we've made those tiny little bits of progress. The BVAS was very instrumental in resolving ghost voters coming into our polling units to vote. The new electoral act that was moved, I think, in 2020, before the 2023 election, now eradicates manual accreditation completely. Eradicated manual accreditation completely. So that means everyone who has a voter's a ballot paper is accredited. So that means if I have, let's say, 200 people in a polling unit and only 10 people show up, I would be able to confirm 10 people show up because I have a biometric verification that those are the people that show up and they vote. That has eradicated the whole system of verification that gave room for massive rigging and corruption. Our politicians are also very crafty as well. They've evolved in that process. That process has made rigging of election much more difficult in Nigeria. You could argue positive for that, you could argue negative for that. It's up for debate, and these are debates that has continuously evolved in our society today. But what we're seeing in these days that our politicians has evolved into is what the former Ekiti State Governor Fayose called stomach infrastructure, which is money at polling units and to woo people to vote for certain political parties. Politicians, this never used to be the case as far back as 2007, 2010, 2011. It started being the case as technology started getting introduced in our system.
Sorry, apologies, George, for interrupting. I've raised my hand.
Oh, sorry, I have my
Is-
your section. Carry on. I didn't see one.
Yeah, because we'll be rounding up in the next 45 minutes, and there are quite a number of persons who would like to contribute. So if you can round up quickly, sir, so we can bring them up. Thank you.
Okay, in wrapping up, there's still more progress to be made in our electoral system. The system I envisage for us to get to is a system where you have in Brazil, in Philippines, and countries that go completely electronical, where people could actually have that real-time transmission of results. The infrastructure we have in Nigeria today would either require us to spend more billions in order for us to accommodate a complete electronic system of voting, which is where I feel we need to go to look at other aspects apart from election in Nigeria. Yes, we've made some little bit of progress. It's not all doomsday in my own book. Do we still have issues with our judiciary? Do we still have cases of our judiciary still being open to bribery and corruption? Yes, we could argue that. Do we still have issues with our civil service not giving us the dividends of democracy that we want for? Yes. But in having this conversation, we as a people should push more for stronger institution that forces whoever becomes a governor, a local government chairman, a president, to be able to perform his duties. And we as a people are also the ones in those institutions. It is our brothers, it's our sisters, it's our cousins, our fathers, our mothers that hold these institutions every day. They are the ones at the civil service, they are the ones at the judiciary. It's not angels, it's not someone from another planet. So we as a people ourselves needs to improve our system and also keep holding our government accountable every single day. Thank you very much, Mindset.
Thank you very much, George, for your contribution. Ms. Stella, the mic is yours. Good.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi, Uncle Mindset. Good to hear from you again. You were away for a while. Okay, I agree with you absolutely that Amopitan should resign or be removed. Either way, let him just leave that seat because he has shown that he wouldn't be neutral. And it's unfortunate that our leaders, especially Tinubu, who appointed him, isn't listening. While we talk about Amopitan, I'd also like us to uh, take into consideration the officials, the INEC staff, that almost all of them are card-carrying members of APC, and that they are all working for them. They take instructions from the APC to do what they want to do. For instance, I have a cousin who is almost close to a commissioner in INEC. And when we argue, he will tell you that this guy will win, that there's no two ways about it. And he's a card-carrying member of APC. Then in Lagos, while we went to register some people for PVC, they came to our area, like they move around, they have a schedule published that they will be in your area to register people. They usually come in twos. One person is an INEC official, and the second person is an APC member who is monitoring. I've observed it twice. I have seen it happen. And the APC member will be the one to tell him or her who to register and organize the line. And when they register you, if the guy or the lady who is an APC member perceives you as someone who wouldn't vote for them, they copy down your polling unit. I don't know what they do with it. Then in my area, when they came, the first day, they were unable to register up to 10 people from about 10 o'clock till 3:30. The system was down. This is another way they are frustrating Nigerians not to be able to register. After that, the next day when they came in the morning, we were waiting for them already before they got there. And when they arrived, the network was the issue again. So the guy, I approached him, the APC guy, I approached him and said, what is happening again? You people are here again and nothing is working. The system you're saying is down. So what do we do? So after a while, he made a call. And on the other end, the person was saying that that is the instruction for today. And the APC member now said, if that is the instruction for today, why did you people allow us to come out? We are out here now, we are out here. So please do something. And in a space of 5 minutes, the guy said, everybody, the portal is open. Begin to use your phone to register, to do the pre-registration. We will only attend to those that have generated the code. So we are almost helpless, but we won't give up. Amopitan is one person who will announce the final result. But the system from down to up, like that my cousin said, that INEC doesn't even have enough staff, plenty staff. That is all the ad hoc staff and the corpers that help to rig elections. So it's only what they bring to them that they announce, things like that. So I really don't know where we are going, but the truth is that our democracy isn't working, not because the people are not willing to make it work, but the Nigerian politicians are doing a whole lot to frustrate us. 2023 election was the worst election we ever had, not even the one that brought Yaradua in, because the Professor Mahmoud, no, not Mahmoud Jega, I've forgotten his name, the one that announced the present president result or whatever. So he dealt badly with Nigerians because none of the things he said did he keep to. He never kept any of the promises. And the worst thing is that they keep allocating money, releasing money for them to conduct elections. So I believe and hope and pray that the right person comes there. And imagine election is coming in 2027 and people are preparing for war. People are preparing for war. It's going to be a war. It's going to be a... How? I don't even understand. Something you're just supposed to vote and go home and your result will be, and the result will be announced. You are now preparing for war. You are now looking forward that some people will come with guns and knives and, So, but we won't give up. Like I said, we'll keep fighting and we will make sure that we resist them in 2027. But we need Amupitan out, and whoever that will come in will know that they will still be the ones to appoint the person, but at least let them respect the Nigerian people's request and opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stella, for your contribution. The last thing you said, let me start from there. You see, when we talk about people, Amupita has to be relieved of his duties. People will always make this argument. Okay, even if you remove him, is he not Bola Ahmed Tinubu that would bring someone else? We might as well manage him. Is he not him? You see, this is the thing, our problem. I want to say it's our problem. Because something is wrong, we are not going to look into it because the person that will repair it is the same person that brought the person that made a mistake. I mean, can we for once in our life tell ourselves the truth? Yes, Bola Ahmed Tinubu can bring Remi Tinubu. He can bring his son. He can bring anybody. He can bring Afolabi, right, to be the INEC chairman. But what we are saying is this. This man has shown that he is compromised. It's not a difficult thing to do. Get rid of him. If you guys want to rig yourself out, at least for the sake of whatever democracy we believe we have, this kind has to go. So I agree with you. The reason I actually raised my hand was when you were narrating the story of what transpired. I think you said in Lagos State. I wanted to know, is it this year or is it before the 2023 election? Because it's very important.
This month.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for responding to that question. Who else do we have? Okay, Afolabi, I can see you raise your hand. Go ahead. Sorry, Afolabi, hold your thought for a minute, sir. I apologize. Max raised his hand earlier on, but he has dropped. So, Max, do you still want to contribute, or should I pass the mic back to Afolabi?
I'm happy to speak briefly if that's
Okay, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I think the angle, really, really great contribution from people here. It's been quite an interesting space. I think the angle I wanted to add from my previous submission was more around looking at ourselves internally, because I think most of the submissions has been like what the structure need to be or what the system need to be, but looking at how far in terms of when democracy started, because it's almost like sometimes people are saying it like democracy started in Nigeria started under Bola Tinubu's tenure, but no, it's been around for quite some time now. That me looking at myself internally and the society that I live in at the moment. For example, I live in England, so when Boris came, when Conservative came, I voted for Boris, but I was able to change my mind when I saw that what he was doing, I didn't quite agree, so I voted Labour. So there's been that flexibility. But one thing I'm seeing from us, especially for most of us, not everybody, of course, is that we just get locked in to a leader. We just get locked into a person, no matter what that person is doing or what that person does. We still stand by the person. I don't think that's democracy. I think democracy is really about looking at your house, making sure that if your house is getting dirty, you are able to talk about it, you're able to challenge it, you're able to criticize it. So if we are not able to criticize our own government or our own person that we think we support, then I think we are really far from it. And this is the angle that I really want to look at. Because I heard some things that people sound like, where are you really living? Or which you like, are you not seeing this? Are you not seeing that? And you're still standing by this. I've heard people say, everybody just be patient. All these reforms, they are all long term. Let's be patient. It's all, if we're thinking short term, that means we're small minded. We should. I'm like, wait a minute. Democracy did not start today. Democracy, I mean, for my time, where I started following or started being aware of my surrounding, I will go back to Obasanjo's time. The same economic reforms that we're talking about that Bola Tinubu has implemented, Obasanjo did the same, but people were able to see it, people were able to feel it. So it's all about the perception. So we're saying, okay, if supporters of Obasanjo came at the time and said, just don't worry about it, think about long term, then of course, and they are not feeling the benefit of the reforms, then there would have been problems. So going back to that, I'm saying, like, guys, let's be flexible. Yeah, I understand that I supported or you supported, I didn't support Bola Tinubu, but I'm saying I understand that you might have supported him initially because you thought that he's gonna come with great things, but it's not happening. It's okay to criticize him now because this is part of our democratic rights. So why I say we are not getting mature democratically is that we're not able to be flexible. We're not able to go back and say, right, I liked you before, but you know what? I don't like you anymore because I don't quite agree with what you're doing or what you think you're driving, where you think you're driving the country to. Yeah. So this is the angle that I was really wanting to look at, because if I try to compare now, right, going back to Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, things have gotten worse. Things are going worse. So I have to take it all the way down from there because that's when democracy, that's when we're meant to be improving from the previous government, improve from the previous government. And even if you are from another party, you still need to look at the positives that the other party had, or the positive reforms that the other parties have, and see how you can improve from it. You cannot just reset the whole country. I don't think that's wisdom. And this is what we're experiencing today. It's almost like, oh, it's a complete reset. So let's be patient. Let's be wait. Let's just wait. If you look at the insecurity today now, look at, I mean, most people have talked about the children that have been kidnapped and they're still in the bush. I mean, how can we sit and praise this government or praise our democracy when we are just sat there supporting blindly and not able to criticize our own or push our own leaders and say, go out there and get these people out. Go out there. Why? So it's a bit frustrating. I mean, from the things I've heard, it's like, I want to scream. If anybody tell me any more about the patient reforms, I will just scream, because hey, there's always been reforms. Myself, see your hands. I'll drop this second. There's always been reforms, but people need to feel these reforms. If people don't feel it, then you're going in the wrong trajectory. There's no such thing as long term. There's also short term reliefs. If you are implementing your reforms, think about the short term reliefs. So our right as a democratic society is that we need to challenge these things, and irrespective of if it's your party or not, no need to be partisan in this one. Look at what is right and what is wrong and face it and challenge it. That's the angle I was going to look. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, Max. So, guys, we are rounding up in exactly 30 minutes, and we do have some new speakers. So let's see what we can do to make sure that we give them opportunity to contribute. On that note, I will pass the mic to Victor. We have a Victor here. Victor, the mic is yours, sir.
All right, sir. Thank you so very much. I appreciate this opportunity, and good afternoon, everyone. With all due respect, I want to say that having listened to a lot of contributors, On issue of national development, national security, I have learned something, and I've also seen that we are not faring well by the way we judge our leaders. Yes, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu must have fallen short of our expectation as a leader, but we all know that he has a good political will and he has the best of this country, the interest of this country at heart. I'm not saying this as a member of APC. I'm saying this judging from the antecedents of those leaders who are clamoring to take over from him. Those people who have set themselves as alternative to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu come 2027. Having looked into the antecedents, we have seen that none of them could do anything. Most of them have served as governors, some served as vice president, some have served as leaders at various levels. None of them could measure up to, the previous achievements of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, I'm not also saying that he has not failed. He did. I think the major failure of this government is removing fuel subsidy on the first day of his assumption of office. Having done that, if he had implemented all these programs now before, he removed fuel subsidy, Nigeria wouldn't have, find ourselves, in this level of suffering and hardship. Now, that apart, going to issue of national security, I want to say that Nigerians as a whole and regionally, we have been playing politics of self-destruction. Okay, now take a look at the northeast. What's going on in the northeast? They keep kidnapping, children in the northeast. Keep going, destroying people's houses. Then in the northwest, what do? They form what is it called, bandits, holding communities hostage, killing community leaders who are not complying with their demands. Who are they destroying? Are they not destroying themselves? So now in the southeast, unknown gunmen, burning of police station, killing of people who they feel pay allegiance to the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Who are they destroying? It is our people. No, so when the South played this politics of kidnapping for ransom, they did that so because they believed they could kidnap the white people and now maybe got ransom from them at the end of the day. I think that is what is giving rise to all this regional conflict and everything. But let us look into it. Is it the government of the day that is the cause of all the kidnappings and maiming in the region? No. It is the interest of politics of self-destruction. Because we personally, individually, we believe, let us do this thing. So let us, because we are used to casting blame on our leaders. When Goodluck Jonathan could not perform, when Goodluck Jonathan could not meet up the demands of Nigerians, the expectation of Nigerians, what did we do? We voted him out. There's a lot of people believe that vote did not count at that point in time. But yet, people voted, a sitting president saw that he was not being voted, and he allowed, that vote to stand. He allowed the election to stand. But yet Nigerians still believe that that election that brought in President Muhammadu Buhari in 2015 was not a credible election. That is not even what I'm saying. Now, what am I saying? Today we can now say that Goodluck was even the best. We are good in casting aspersion on our leaders. At the end of the day, when the Bible that I believe in, which I believe that we have other people here who are not Christians, say that we should pray for our leaders. We cast aspersion on our leaders. When that leader passed, we now say, oh God, the other one, the old one was even better. Okay, now take a look at Buhari. When Buhari came, there was hardship everywhere. People now say, oh, Buhari is the worst president at the end of the day. When Buhari left, and now Tinubu has come, people say, okay, even Buhari was even better. Where are we going with all this? So at the end of the day, we are the ones playing this politics of self-destruction. And if we are not patriotic, how can we be patriotic? How can we love our nation? At the end of the day, we cast aspersion on our leaders. So what am I trying to say? Our mindset must change, whether we like it or not. And for us to fight this banditry, fight this, what is it called? Extremism, terrorism, it has to start with us. Because these communities that are hosting these terrorists, the chiefs are aware. We all know. But at the end of the day, those are carrying on those acts of terrorism. They are doing it so that the government of the day may be held accountable for their own actions at their local level. What are we saying? How can we continue like this as a nation? So I say this. If the Northerners feel that this nation is too big or is too small, or that we are no longer good, or we are no longer good together, or we can no longer cohabit together. If the Southerners feel, okay, that they are so indebted to the Northerners, or they are so indebted, or the Northerners are so indebted to them, to the point that they have to do what they need to do to separate this country, how can we come together? So the major fundamental question within us here is not by saying whether today is democracy, because I heard a lot of people say that, how can we say that we have democracy when we don't know? Whether we like it or not, Nigeria is a democratic nation. Right now, as it is, we have left the military rule. Whether we have a dictator as a leader or not, we have a sitting National Assembly, and we have those democratic institutions. Now, what we need
Sorry,
is
apologies,
leadership.
Victor. We should be rounding up at exactly 3 o'clock. So if you can round up, sir, there we do have new speakers,
Okay,
please.
let me round up. So the long and short of the whole story is that my take is that we are a democratic nation, and we have democratically elected leaders. And whether we like it or not, we should hold these leaders accountable from our own home, so that at the end of the day, we did not say we did not say that it is only the leaders that spoil the nation. We are the people that are supposed to hold them accountable. The leaders are not afraid of us. If a senator who is governing us, who is representing us at the National Assembly, cannot come back with good dividend of democracy, and we do not have what it takes to hold him accountable, how can we hold a president whom we elected from our various home accountable? So that's my take. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Victor, for your contribution. I do apologize for interjecting, but I did raise my hand, so that was an indication for you to round up. Thank you. I listened to you, and I needed to correct some things. When you started, you spoke about the insecurity in the Northeast, then you talked about the Southeast, right? Then the way you framed it, it would appear those in the Northeast are the ones kidnapping themselves. We have to be very careful. We really have to be very careful, because if you know anyone, or if you have spoken to anybody who has, sorry, Victor, can you kindly please mute your mic? Thank you. If you would like to respond, I will give you the opportunity if we have enough time. We have to be very careful. There are people in Borno State who have not committed any crime. Some of them are Christians, some of them are Muslims, some of them don't even believe in anything. And these terrorists will come to their villages and kidnap them. We saw what happened a few weeks ago. They went to the school and they kidnapped children. So how do we then reconcile it by saying, oh, they're kidnapping themselves? And then you went to the Southeast and everything, and you make it. But I have a question for you. If now you believe that the security of lives and property is not, we should all play a part, and then citing that some of the things that are happening is those communities that are doing it, what's happening in your state? Are you not telling me that the people that kidnapped these young children and killed the teacher, are you now saying to me that these people are from the Southwest? We have to be very careful. This terrorism we have in Nigeria, whether it's a Yoruba person, it's an Igbo man, it's a Fulani man, it's a Hausa man, is a criminal. Let's not paint it like these people are doing this thing to, make sure that the president did not survive and everything. And you think people in Borno State would listen to you and they will clap for you? I mean, come on, guys. Let's be careful. We have to, if we want to build a better Nigeria. Victor, I know you would like to respond, but do bear with me. Let me pass the mic to Afolabi, then I'll go to Village Malam. If we have enough time, I'll give the opportunity to respond. Thank you very much. Afolabi, the mic is yours. Afolabi, are you with us?
Oh yes, I'm with you. Yeah, just couple of things I just want to speak to regarding some of the things I've been hearing. I mean, there was a journalist that came on board and said there is no freedom of expression in Nigeria. I think that's really further from the truth. We are in a democracy, so and there's definitely freedom of expression. And when people say, "Oh, there's no freedom of expression," then people will resort to violence. I think that's not nice. Election is not war. It seems everybody's just looking for an excuse to be disruptive at these next elections. And if we look at the history of elections in Nigeria, I mean, APC has conducted far better elections than PDP. And I'm still quite confident that this next election in 2027 is going to even be an improvement on the previous one. I have 90% faith that that's going to be the case. So let us understand that, like I said, we the citizens will determine the outcome of what we want within this democracy. So let us just try and bring the temperature down, trust in the process, and allow this democracy to work. That's just my final point. Thanks, Mindset.
Okay, thank you, Afolabi. I'll pass the mic to Village Malam. The mic is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Mindset. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for this wonderful discussion today. So, democracy in Nigeria. So, the question is: everyone already know the definition of democracy, government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So, the question is all about the people. But the reality on ground: do people feel this democracy? No. Are people enjoy the dividends of democracy? No. But our leaders, especially those people at the top there, the federal, they're enjoying the democracy. Let's take it one by one. So is the dividend of democracy killing during election? Mindset, every election we conduct in Nigeria, you always see killing. Remember what happened in 2023? Remember just what happened a few months ago in Abuja? Someone died in Abuja, just ordinary local government election. So is that democracy? And when you compare that to what happened during Abacha, you will see that Abacha is more democratic, even though it's not a democracy era, it's a military era. But Abacha, by practice, by reality, by dividend of democracy, seems to be more democratic than the current administration. So killing during election still happen. That is not a democratic nation. So we are just answering democracy by name. Another one is the dividend of democracy. Is it hardship? Is it hardship? The people are hungry, facing hardship, but the government are celebrating, spending billions of naira every day, on frivolities, on things that are not important. They ask the people to be patient, but they themselves are enjoying. You keep hearing billions, billions, billions here, billions that. Let me make it let me bring it a bit home. So, was it a few days ago, Adam Shomele made mention of the 210 trillion naira that NNPC could not account for. This is under APC Democratic Administration, 210 trillion naira. Mindset just opposite to what Dangote used in building his own refinery, $20 billion. If you convert 210 trillion naira to dollar, you see that it can give us far more capacity refinery owned by the government if it is actually a democratic government that want the people to benefit. If we have refinery today and Dangote have today, the federal government have, there will be more competition and all this whole importation will stop. And once it stops, do you know what will happen? The fuel will be cheaper, transportation will be cheaper, and again, food stuff will be cheaper. But again, relatively cheaper because we still have one issue on food stuff. People don't go back to farm again. In a democratic nation, people don't have the freedom to go and farm and have their farm produce out there. Why? Because the government has paid deaf ear to the security of the people, such that farmers will even, in Zamfara, I heard that 50 of them went to appeal to the bandits so that they can resume this farming period. And about 9 of them were held. Only 11 or so were asked to go. In a democratic nation. And then I ask you again, is it that our emergency number cannot be activated with all the money? We see what 210 trillion can do. That one is gone, okay? That one can be used on refinery. Again, mindset, check the budget for City Boy movement, collect it nationwide. Pull again the budget meant for that sticker they usually place on the rice. Pull all of them together, all the rice that is shared. And on the, if you pull all those budget together, it can be used to start fixing insecurity. One of the things it can do is to increase the pay the pay package, the benefit package of these soldiers and army, so that they will be activated, so that they will be encouraged to go and put their life out there to protect the masses, to protect farmers. We can't be in a democratic nation and a bandit or terrorist, they will behead someone, do a video, and nobody can trace the first person that posted that video. And someone will do a doctor video, say by VDM, and within 24 hours, Bayo Onanuga will tell you that they have captured the person Benin, the person that did that doctored audio. But they cannot capture the terrorists that are in the bush with teacher, with children, 2 years, 3 years. In a democratic nation, if they say they don't have money, let them put the budget for City Boy movement, put the budget for that sticker, put the budget for that flyer, put the budget for all the people they are placing out across the whole nation. Nigerians will campaign for them. Oh yeah, I've seen your hand. If they pull all this together, they can use it to fix security. They can also give that house Wike built for judges. They can give it to, they can convert it, sell it, use it to renovate police and army headquarters. This thing will encourage them to protect Nigerians. People will now go back to farm and will not have enough food, and things will be cheaper and life will be a bit easier than hardship in a democratic situation of APC. Thank you, Mindset.
Thank you very much, Village, Madam, for your contribution. So we have exactly 12 minutes. So whoever that will speak next, you have to speak for a minute because I have to go around for our final thoughts. Hopefully, if there's any need for us to have another space in this democracy in Nigeria tonight, I'll make sure that we have those spaces. So I can see Olu raising his... Sorry, Olu, hold your thoughts. Vasinok is back. So Mr. Ok, we've been having problems with you today. I don't know why. So you can only speak for 2 minutes, please, right? Hello?
Hello, Mindset. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes for you to at least be able to see if we can make something out of that 2 minutes, right?
Yes, I'll try my best to work within the 2 minutes range. Well, we're already rounding off our thoughts on this issue. The most important message here is democracy. I heard somebody comparing democracy with military rule. No, far from it. As bad as this process has been for us, I will never wish Nigeria a military rule again. Never. Not with the crop of military leaders that we have today. God forbid. So I still hope that we understand that democracy is an evolutionary path. As a people, I hope we continue to be part of the process to mature to that evolution. Nigerians have this mindset of waiting for food to be ready. No, democracy is not food is ready. Democracy is you fetching firewood, tending to the fire, getting a clean pot, washing your meat, putting your seasoning, checking the meat if it's done, checking for salt, and when food is ready, is for you to serve it to everybody in that place in a fair way without recognizing tribe or religion. And when everybody finish eating, democracy is you wash your plates, make sure the kitchen is tidy, and you're ready for the next meal. So until Nigerians have that understanding of democracy, we'll continue to suffer some of the pains of democracy, which is what we are seeing today, where we are seeing democratic rascality, we are seeing democratic overreach among political office holders who are desperate to crumble our institution. And we are seeing it in America too, how Trump is fighting to crumble that institution. Because democracy is institution. And it is people who run institution. It is not spirit. It's Nigerians who will run this institution. For example, I always like using this example. NAFDAC. NAFDAC was an institution, is an institution that is stationed to protect Nigerians against fake drug, food, and all that, right? If the person manning NAFDAC is not able to deliver on that promise, there will be problem. And we saw how, what's her name, Dora Akunyili, worked on that institution. So also is our situation here. Mindset, I've seen your hand. So we, the people, must understand this basic component of democracy, that it involves institutions. So when you're interfacing with institutions, you need to ask questions. Why is it not working? What can we do to make it better? Not enable it to be bad, then we'll come back to complain. Thank you so much, Mindset.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oka. I would have loved to give you more time, but because we are rounding up. So, who else wants to speak? But you only have a minute. So, Priscilla, please go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mindset. Quickly, in addition to all I've said today, I'd like to enjoin my fellow Nigerians to look at our current electoral process, get involved in it. But getting involved in it is irrespective of whatever political leanings you have, whatever political party you were in. We should begin to make our choices of leadership individualistic and not party based. The reason why is that we need to begin to pick the best of the litter. Enough with having the runt of the litters run the streets. We need to have people who genuinely care, who are kind enough to be concerned about your welfare and the welfare of your next generation. So you can be a member of any political party, AAC, APC, NDC, HIV, whatever party you are in, but you can still go on the day of elections and vote, the party that has the best candidate to move you forward. Because the truth of the matter is, irrespective of your political party, every single individual that has faced the insecurity in Nigeria, the bandits do not ask you your political party or your religion or your tribe or your state of origin. They don't ask you for all that. Everybody has one currency, and every Nigerian looks like a source of income to everybody, to those bandits. So is that your choice? That's very important for us to know. So thank you as you get involved, getting to know more about democracy in Nigeria. But please, please, please try to be independent minded and think of what's best for you, the economy, and your children's children. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you very much. We do have Mr. Abdullahi Baiki. Mr. Baiki, you've only got a minute. If not, if you would like to speak for 1 minute, that's fine. If not, we might need to come back sometime tonight if you want to be part of that section. It's up to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mindset. The last two speakers spoke very well, and our democracy is going down. It's being undermined, and I think it's a collective responsibility for Nigeria and Nigerians to come together and do what is right and good for our nation. The level at which we reached now regarding ethnicity in our politics, religion in our politics, has been a major challenge, and it's not taking us anywhere. We need to be very honest with ourselves and pick the right persons that would fly the flags of various parties and make sure we make the right choice. Nigeria is above every single individual. So I think the last two speakers spoke very well. I align with them, and I think I'll join you later in the evening. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Baiki. Iwoma, you have a minute.
Okay, thanks. I think I'll just wrap my own by saying the only positives that we've had from our democracy has been the recent dynamism, and there's been a trust issue in the institutions up until recently. And I'll focus on stress testing the system, just like think the speaker before last pointed out, that in spite of our checkered institutions as regards elections, we still have to stress test the system such that we can have the outcomes that will lead to the type of democracy we dream and aspire for. So that, the peaceful transition. Someone said that it's not war. If you've been on the field during elections, you know that it is war in more ways than one. But it's the fire we need to go through such that we can have the outcomes that we've dreamt about, because for too long the outcomes of our democracy have signaled a regression in our growth and development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Olu, the mic is yours.
Thanks, Mindset, for another beautiful, beautiful space, controlled, where people are able to express themselves. Parting short for me is the fact that we can't argue with the fact that we need institutions, robust institutions for our democracy to work. And that if we continue to demonize based on our political leanings and our biases, the institutions we have, INEC for instance, we're not going to get anywhere really quickly. If on the one hand you find people say, "Oh, Atairu Jega was a good INEC chairman," but Atairu Jega was also given an appointment by Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The same way they say, "Oh, this other person who got ambassadorial appointment is a bad INEC chairman." We have to begin to have faith in our institutions. Begin to have faith in the bottom line that a Nigerian can do good and these institutions can work. Once we begin to build faith in those institutions, then we're on a path to solving a lot of the issues we have. Thank you, Mindset.
Thank you very much, Olu. You said something and I have to respond to it. You see, comparing the appointment that was given to Mahmoud Yakub to the one that was given to Ataru Jaga, Professor, it's like comparing apples and oranges, right? Ataru Jaga did not conduct the election of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, right? He conducted 2015 election, but we are saying, I think those who are making this argument are saying that it is not morally right for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to have given the person that conducted an election that quite a number of persons, maybe you say 20, 30, 15, or 70% of Nigerians believe that is flawed, right? Although I hope you understand where I'm coming from. My thing here is this, right? When people talk about the institution in Nigeria, when people criticize it, it's not that people don't want improvement. It's just that myself, I'm quite happy to help in any way, shape, and form that anybody wants us to make sure that things are done well. And the best way for me to do that right now is calling out the hypocrisy that this so-called institution, right? And calling them out is not saying that they cannot be better tomorrow. What we are asking for, or what I'm asking for, is give everybody a level playing field. Let's have an INEC chairman who will look at this and say, Olu won this election against Mindsets. In as much as Mindsets is the one hosting spaces, everybody on the spaces, or maybe 70% on the spaces, voted for Olu. They felt that Mindset did not do right. Yes, Mindset is the one hosting the space. And we count the numbers. Iwoma will count the numbers and say, Olu won. Then we all go home. I will get upset. I will not be happy that after everything I did, you guys did not vote for me. I don't think that's too much for the Nigerians are not asking for too much. And in the case of insecurity, what I am saying is this whole thing about pampering these people, baptizing them with different names. These guys are not bandits. I heard Mr. President saying the bandits and everything. Why can't you call them who they are? They are terrorists. Stop pampering these people. Go out there. We support the Nigerian military. Support we applaud them for the great job they are doing. But we cannot pretend that we don't have a problem by baptizing them bandit and to make it sound. Then when you hear the word terrorist, it carries a lot of weight. But for us to massage it. So if the government wants people like you, I, and everybody to come in and say, what can we all do? They have to come clean. They have to come clean. And coming clean, starting with letting the INEC chairman, Mr. or Professor, I've forgotten his name. Somebody help me out. Some professor. We need to mention his name.
Amupito.
Okay, that's quite interesting. Professor Amupitan, to respectfully get out. He has to go. He has to go, Olu. Then we can rebuild this institution. What he did has proven that he is biased. And I will not take any election. Believe you me, I know that in Ekiti State, it's most likely that APC will win. But if Amoputan conduct that election, even APC win, I will not believe in that election. That is how much I don't want him around anything to do with Nigerian election. If in Osun State, everything goes as planned for them and whatever, Adeleke wins, and people will say, okay, elections were not rigged. I will not accept it. Even if, believe you me, don't come back here if the opposition, if Showore is being declared the president of Nigeria, you come on this space and say, "Oh, mindset now that Bola Tinubu have lost the election. What is your position on INEC?" My position will not change. He has to respectfully get out, and then we can all build a Nigeria of our future. But I must thank yourself, a woman, village Malam. Quite an interesting name. Afolabi, Abdullahi Baiki, Max Versinok, and those who are not opportune to speak. You guys are awesome. You guys have done, the platform today. I really enjoyed myself. And for those that complain that the last two spaces were not recorded, I'm not recording spaces for now because I just want to familiarize myself with everything, right? Rather than having spaces and when somebody is listening to it, it will not be professionally done. So until I'm able to sort these things out,